Sudden music stop because hello? Hello? I have no idea what she's saying at the start of Endwalker. I don't even know if it's English. Hello? Am I hello? Hello? Am I live? I actually checked to see if I was muted, Jolly. I wasn't sure. I feel like every single time I'm back on Tuesday, it feels like forever since I've streamed. And I feel like I have to get my sea legs back. I'm like, what am I doing? Are the buttons correct? Is everything good? Hi guys, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Tales of loss and fire and faith. Is that what she's saying? Tales of loss. I can see it. Okay. Guys, super important. Super important. Look at my son. Look at him. Look at what I've done to him. Look with your heart. Look at his little hat. Look at his little poncho. The poncho, courtesy of Golsif. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But he is a precious boy. He's a precious boy. I love this fucking hat. It's too big and I love it so much. It is so good. It is so good. He looks like an adorable newspaper boy, right? Right? It's so precious. I love. This was the only thing that could cure me after recent events. This made it better. Terra, before we do anything, I need to give you gifts. I swear to God, if any of the, if you have any of these, you better give me the gil for it. Okay. When I was playing, I kept running into this one person who kept saving my ass. I kill for small boy. Oh, I should probably queue up. I also kill for him. I started logging in. I was doing like duty roulettes and things like that just to stay a little bit like above level, just in case I was ever under leveled for story. I'm level 60 now, so like I don't think that'll happen now. But then I started being like, but glamour though. I have a plan for another glamour, but it'll cost me like 150,000 gil. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't spend that just yet. Maybe I should save some money. Also, Jolly, you missed it was it the first time we were back in Final Fantasy 14? People like drive by gifted me things. They would like fly down, trade me, give me things, and then fly away. When I was playing, I kept running into this one person who kept saving my ass. Oh, like in Final Fantasy 14, EJ? They were saving you while questing? Also, did you make a Lalafell? Very important question. Also, I forgot how quiet I made the game because I was multitasking. And it's so quiet. And I need to turn it back up. Whoop. I think like a, 69? No, maybe like a 63. That sounds pretty good. Obviously, you made a small boy. It's only logical option. It's the only thing that makes sense. Hey, look. Look who I found. Oh, is it me? Careful. Careful, child. Careful. Oh. Where'd you go? There you are. Running away from me, Jolie. Running away from me. Ooh. Un momento. Okay. I don't have anything to give, but I did get a new mount recently. Let's go, Carousels. What mount? Is it pretty? Is it a unicorn? Stay completely still, Terra. Oh, shit. I didn't stay completely still. I am now staying completely still. Give my internet a second to catch up. Oh my god, no. Jolly and Terra immediately started walking around. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm like this. You'd absolutely love it. Oh, I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have this. Oh, and a glamour prism. Feeding my addiction. Feeding my addiction. Oh, and some turquoise paint. Let's go. I have not. Was that 75 glamour prisms? How many glamour prisms was that? Archaeo Demon Horns. I was actually looking at buying these. Menacing Moggle Mog gun and an adventuring sweater. Jolly, you've been collecting. Jolly, you've been collecting in anticipation of my return. I'm being given the Mog gun, you lucky boy. I want to see. I want to see it. I want to see. Hang on. How do I job again? Gear set list. Machinist. And then Mog gun. Oh! Oh! Oh my! It's like a little not accordion, like a oh, what are they called? Like a steam. Not a steam. Help me. Somebody use words. Things that they used to fan kilns with. I can't think of the word. I hope Terra is good on glams for a bit. 75 glamour prisms? I'm gonna be good for a hot minute, dude. That is over 200k gil, my friend. Jolly, thank you so much. You sweet, sweet soul. The sweater is so cute. I didn't check out the sweater yet. Jolly, thank you. What the heck? Also, Alina, welcome in. I didn't say hi to you. Yo, this gun is fire. Guess I'm gonna have to be leveling up my machinist in my spare time. This gun is fire. Oh, what is this? Surely there is not more. Bellows, bellows dag, thank you. What is that? A boiled egg. I'll take it. I'll take it, thank you. 300 boiled eggs. What do I need 300 boiled eggs for? I guess they give critical hit, which is pretty freaking good. You have 693 boiled eggs. Holy heck, Jolly, you sweet soul. Thank you. Thank you for all the goodies. Let's go back to Summoner. I want to see the sweater. I must see the sweater. Adventuring sweater. Oh my. It is precious. It is precious. Hang on. Where's my little paperboy hat? Recommended gear. Wait, am I hiding my? There we go. And then we put the little sweater on. Oh my, it's so cute, dude. It's so cute. Look at that little cute boy. You can dye it, by the way. Check it with the green dye. Can I try the dye before applying it? This is very important. Where is the dye? Where is the dye? I don't know how to. I don't want to like use it before I'm ready. Right click, armor, and then go to dye. This one doesn't seem to have dye. Unequip, try on, repair, extract materia, cast glamour? Search for item? Is it part of the cast glamour? Eddie Bauer adventuring sweater, no! Reminding me how someone spent their entire week eating a whole 14 inventory of eggs in game. Did they just did they have a macro or did they actually individually press? Are you sure you're on the right armor piece? The sweater? Maybe it can't be equipped. Oh no, we're naked. Help, we're naked. Our shame is showing. Cast glamour, item comparison. Is it just this one that can't be dyed? Bum, 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 bum. I don't get it. They had a macro eventually. Oh my god. I don't see the option for it. Maybe I missed a quest somewhere along the way that unlocks dyeing things, which I can do off stream if we figure out what my issue is. Also, hi Carzals. There's a quest, yeah. Oh, okay, I'm missing a quest. Okay, I'll look it up off stream. I can do it off stream at some point. Need to do a dang quest to unlock your colors? It's crazy. Dying is the quest before glamours. Waking Sands? Okay. Yeah, I'll do it off stream. I want to dive straight back into the story. No, Terra, we need to do it now. No, Jolly, we'll do it Thursday. I'll do it off stream and then I can dye it on Thursday. It's the same lady as Glamours and Waking Sands. Okay, okay, okay. I don't know how I missed it then, if it's like right there. Oh, actually we're level 60. We should go finish the Summoner quest. A flair for the dramatic. And then we'll continue our story. Whoop. Jolly, thank you for all the goodies, you sweet soul. Yeah, I didn't have any of those. I need to consume all those, or I need to use all those little companions. Minions, whatever they're called. Nana Bear. Otter. Whoop. And the axolotl eft. Can any of these sit on my head? Because this is the most important. This is literally the most important. Minion guide. Whoop. Nana Bear. Oh my god. Oh my god. It probably can't sit on my head. It looks a little too big for me, but it's so cute. Oh my, that little fucking tail. It's like a dog, but not a dog. It's like if a dog was a bear. Kept the axolotl waters during all the months and it was with you. It's the Mega Shiba mount. Isn't that is that not a Mog Station item? Oh my god, dude, the minions in this game are too much. I can't handle them. What was the other one? Otter, as in strange. Otter, as in, oh my god, it's so cute. Wait, it's precious. There's no way it sits on your head though. There's no way. Oop. It does not. It does not. Maybe. I was browsing the Mog Station for a little bit when I started to do my like glamours, and I was like, I can't spend any more right now. I can't. And what was the other one? What was the other one you just? Oh yeah, the axolotl, of course. It's so small. It's such a small little bean. Hi Studs, welcome in. Also Poop, welcome in. I didn't say hi to you. It's such a small little, it's just a little guy. It's just a little thing. Hang on, we go first person mode. It's just a little, oh my god. It's just a little guy. Axolotl. Oh, it's running away. Come back. We're trying to look at you. Where are you going? Where are you going, you little bee? I will eventually. Oh, I know, absolutely. I'll cave eventually and buy things off the Mog Station. But I'm controlling myself for now. Just for now. Dude, so heckin' cute. So heckin' cute. Jolly, thank you! Thank you for holding on to these things for so long. Just like taking up space in your inventory for all this time. Prey next, welcome in! Hi, Prey! Taking up space in your inventory all this time. Colors, attire, astral flow. What is astral flow? Channels the energies of your active trance to perform one of several actions. Action changes to death flare. Cool. So you spent 2 hours on hold trying to find a no-kill shelter for this lost black kitten, and they hung up on you. That's how you became a kitten foster. Oh, Studs. Oh no. Speaking of kittens, Prey's kitties are settling in well. I've been shown photographs. Sir, I was about to send for you. Ymrita should be here any moment. So this is our level 60 summoner quest. This better be cool. Ah, wonderful. We're all here. I've been pondering some metaphysical theories and would discuss my conclusions with the both of you. Ever since our battle on the flats, the memory of our adversary fleeing the field has been preying upon my mind. According to the Scions and their research, the Paragons are effectively immortal. They are said to be ethereal entities with no physical form of their own, instead possessing mortal host after mortal host in an endless procession down the ages. But once Sir had acquired the Dreadworm trance, the haste with which the Ascian withdrew did not seem to me the action of a being who harbors no fear of death. If it bleeds, we can kill it! You've been calling him Fancy Lad. You're convinced he's related to the polydactyl mans down the street. Don't know if you mentioned him. I don't know if you have mentioned him before. This is news to me. They really are, and I'm so happy. Let's go, Prey. Are they both female, Prey? Or, like, what are their genders? I don't know if I asked. You're in pain over the update time. It was a pretty small update. It was like 60 megabytes. But then again, if you're on Wi-Fi, it could take a while. Thus I do pose the question, could it be that the 12th Chalice and his black masked brethren are not as practiced in the art of possession as their red-veiled masters? At the time of the battle, our bodies were the only available hosts nearby. Assuming that he also lacks his superior's facility to flee to the space betwixt worlds, I suspect that our foe's sudden cowardice stemmed from an inability to force his soul into our living vessels. And that's why he was using dead bodies? A friendly request to all to give their pets from me, please. Where's Zimmy? He was here a minute ago. Oh, no, he's gone. I was being too noisy. Girl, try that shit again with 30% less words, and you'll have more friends. No. That would explain much, including the reason why he chose the deceased Kaedin to serve as his puppet. I believe the theory is sound. Shall we put it to the test? If we are able to lure the 12th chalice to a location devoid of potential hosts, then we might succeed in destroying him for good. Then what are we waiting for? We must begin devising a plan to draw the villain from hiding. Not so fast, Captain Wolf. We must first obtain the means by which we can assure the Ascian's demise, a mighty coup de grace delivered before he has the chance to retreat. Sir, there's a passage within the tombstone that describes how the power of a trance can be unleashed in a single devastating blast. The technique itself, however, was not explained. According to my research, it can only be learned from a forbidden book found on the shelves of the Great Google Library. To reach the library, we will require a long and perilous journey over Abalathia's spine and into the wilds of the Dravanian hinterlands, but I believe we three are up to the task. Forbidden knowledge, my favorite flavor. Yo, what if our enemies are actually scrubs? That's why they noped out on us. Gotta really give them Willy just to write Rotring all at once. Studs, I love the way you're interpreting this dialogue. Very cursed version. Shall we be on our way then? The key to defeating the 12th chalice will soon be within our grasp. We just need forbidden knowledge. The forbidden jutsus. Do 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 do. Oh, have I not been in this region at all? I like only have one. I'm not even attuned to it. I gotta run my ass over there. Dang. Okay. Yo, Evelyn S, welcome in. How are you doing today? Yo, I'm digging this glam, by the way. Jolly. It always confuses me when you guys don't have the same like Twitch names as your like in-game names. This glam is fire. A dig. Looks like Dancer. Is this Dancer? How could I tell? Oh, it is Dancer. Yep, that makes sense. That checks out. You can fly me. That would definitely be easier. Just be glad I'm not flirting with your mods or something. Actually, where are your mods? Mods are asleep. Mods are asleep. Post cute pet pictures. Can my mana cutter fly here? Oh, it's large. Can it fly though? It can jump. Don't worry, guys. We got a jumping mana cutter. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, the music is good though. Hang on, maybe we use the horrific mana cutter. That's the dancer. That's the dancer's basic clothes? Wait, it looks so good. Great, it's fun to have 14 streams I can watch because you're not done MSQ yet. How far in are you? Are you in Heavensward as well? Mods are sleep time for chaos. We stand a good harem pant and we wish they had a less problematic name. Yes, my sentiments exactly. I also just realized Jolly was like, I can fly you there, and then I started autopiloting myself and forgot. It's okay, I'm halfway there. Gonna shower because a bit of a headache. I'll be back shortly. Stay in, Jolly, is that you? Did you find me? You found me, thank you. Please fly me. How to party, there we go. Ride pillion. There we go. All right, fly me. Fly me, Mr. Taxi, fly me. Gulsif, I hope your headache subsides very quickly. You're in the first half of Endwalker still. It just takes me a while. I feel like it's gonna be forever until I'm in Endwalker, and yet we're almost done Heavensward, so maybe it won't be too long. Taxi friends are OP. It's so good as a sprout. It's so good. There was one time I forgot to attune to an Aetherite, and then Jolly was like, let me fly you. I'll fly you back, you dumbass. I was like, shit! Uh-oh. I've been abandoned! Help! Help me. Help! I'm only little. Oh, I think maybe Jolly's still loading. Tara, I need an honest answer. Does my new haircut give you Frodo vibes? Becca, I saw your TikTok, and I was howling. I didn't see it until you literally like put yourself on top of Frodo. A little bit. A little bit. Hang on, I will load up Becca's TikTok because it slayed me. It slayed me today. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. Search Bravo Becca.
We thought he.
Bravo Becca. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Ah, here it is. Here it is. Okay, it's too much. It's too much.
So I was vibing with my new haircut really hard until yesterday when one of my friends and I were talking about one of our favorite book series, and she pointed out something that I cannot unsee.
I can't.
So I was vibing with my new haircut.
I can't.
Really
it's
hard
too good.
Yesterday when
It's
one of my friends and I
good. It's too kind of. But Becca, remember when you initially showed me the haircut? All I saw was Ellen Ripley. So I mean, that's just a natural side effect. And Frodo is very pretty. Okay, Frodo's very, very pretty. Don't take it personal. Also, Evelyn, did I not thank you for the follow? Welcome in officially. Also, what happened? I loaded in ages ago. I got dumped. I got dumped. Is that you there? Who's that? I got dumped. You abandoned me in my time of need. Also, where am I? Are we in the right place? Am I even in the right? Oh, wait, did it not let me in? Maybe I'm not story progression enough. I might not have progressed in the story far enough. Shit. I can't do my class quest unless I do story? Maybe? It won't let me in. Open says me. Yeah, I think I need to do MSQ. I need story progress. Yeah. Okay. Story progress it is. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying, Jolly. Damn, I wanted my level 60 summoner ability. Frodo just wants to be Ellen too. Exactly. Frodo is the Farrah Fawcett of Middle-earth. Exactly. Frodo, honestly, ahead of his time. So don't be upset about it. Why is your Lalafell so cute? Listen, Ed, I, off stream, have been working a lot on glamour, okay? So much on glamour. Too much on glamour. I'm gonna have no money for anything important. It's all gonna be spent on glamour. There's already a robe I was looking at, and now that Jolly has gifted me these horns, there's a whole edgy aesthetic that I want to make. Because it was literally with these horns that I wanted to do something. So Jolly saved me Gil. There's literally a whole edgy glamour that I want. And that's probably going to happen. Glamour is important. Glamour is literally the end game. So, I mean, I'm just getting ahead of myself. Your Lalafell's drip game is everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. I only did MSQ because it was blocking me from leveling gatherers.
Hi,
you enjoy the crafting then, do you? Hi, EJ. You'll get there. You're a quarter updated. You're getting there. It's okay. I was here first and Terra said he was surprised I beat you. Prey is like always here 10 minutes before. Okay, right. So we're probably going to be fighting the primal whale very soon. Because that's where we left off. I couldn't quite remember where we stopped because I was still dealing with trauma. But here we go. We're back. Everything's fine. With wisdom deep as nethers and eyes as cloudless blue, Sonu Vanu speaks for Zundu. Hearken to his words. Okay. You're a small boy with axe. I think Lalafells make the cutest tanks. I love the, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not juxtaposition, but like the contrast of tiny little human, or well, not human, tiny little Lalafell versus gigantic monstrosity. And they're the one like stopping you from dying. Tiny little Lalafell. Because I get excited for streams. Pray that makes my heart sore. Thank you for saying that. Netherlings deliver Lonuvanu from claws of steel-shod fiends and prove nobility. He knows not to ignore Zephyr winds and brings before you with all haste. Soft rains to soothe the heart of and sunshine to warm. Gratitude of Sonu, chief of Zundu, is boundless. We are honored to meet you, Chief Son. Oh, I feel weird not being an Alphino cosplay again. I like just assumed I had the hair on and forgot I wasn't doing it today. We are honored to meet you, Chief Sonu. I am Alphino Levelier. I should really look up how to pronounce his name. Like his last name. If I'm gonna cosplay him again, I should do him that justice at least. And these are my companions, Sir Terrabellum and Sid Garland. We are come in search of an airship, a flying vessel of the Nethers, which we believe is somewhere in the Cloud Sea. Ah, like to black steel-shod contraption from which you saved Lonuvanu? Alas, no. That ship belongs to the Garlean Empire, an old enemy of ours, though not the enemy we are looking for at present. Enemies abound, dude. You have Alfie cosplay? Yeah, Evelyn, if you check the VOD for, it would have been 3 VODs ago, you can see it. It's very closet cosplay. It's not like amazing, but I'm proud of it and I had a lot of fun. My friend and his wife designed their characters to be Road and Lalafell respectively. I'm Alphino, mumbles Terra. Yeah. But Becca, please be the Alizé to my Alphino at some point, okay? Do a closet cosplay of Alizé. It'll be great. We'll do it after the stream. Let's go. Yeah, enemies abound, clearly. The men we seek wear armor of purest white and are led by an older man in white robes. Wait, Lonuvanu hear tell of these netherlings. You do? Are you certain? As sun rises and falls and returns, we are. Zundu scouts can testify to words of Lonuvanu. Aye, aye, winds carry purpose of netherlings to our ears as well. Netherlings seek key to Azisla. Oh, dude, my revenge arc will be legendary. I hope we get vengeance swift and terribly, dude. I need this. I said I'm gonna call you in trauma dump. Let's do it. Let's do it. Star, I'm ready. And stream right now. What the fuck, Tara? Star, I love you. Welcome in. How was the rest of your stream? Actually, I know how the rest of your stream was because we raided into Panic. How are you? How's the rest of your day? Guys, if you're not already following Star, shame. Shame upon you. Star is chaotic and fun, and you will not regret. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell us, Chief Sonu, what exactly is this Azisla? Pause chant. Star's fucking great. Star's amazing. Staff Guardian Furry. I'm doing well, just tired as fuck, so chilling. What are we doing today? We are getting vengeance. We are getting vengeance, okay? I was literally sobbing, like uncontrollably the last time I played this game because something happened and I want vengeance for it. I need my revenge arc, like so bad. Beware, Netherlings, for blackest clouds portend greatest danger. Look not into heart of tempest. There lies ancient birthplace of sin, home of forbidden secrets. To speak more is to call the wind. Ah! Is maybe that region we couldn't enter Azisla? Question mark? Possibly. But the white devours isle where key is kept. Deep within bowels of mighty Bismarck it lies, beyond reach of the foolhardy, and beyond ours. Rejoice not in his gluttony, Lonuvanu, for as stone gives way to water and wind, all yields to the white. This he knows, Chief Sonu. Madness of Vundu bodes ill for all Vanu. I want to kill a whale, dude. Bum, 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 bum. I did for so long. I had to let it breathe into the universe once more. Excuse me, what? Oh, Stab Guardian Furry. That's right, I haven't heard that term in forever. Do 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 do. So Azisla is home to forbidden secrets, accessible the behemoth scared me. Accessible only to the bearer of a key, which the Archbishop covets. Much as I would like to believe it's safe within the belly of Bismarck, the Knight of the Heavensward wield primal powers. If we do not slay the whale and claim the key first, they surely will. Quite how we will go about it is another matter. As was the case in our battle with Leviathan, we are out of our element, and this time, we have far fewer allies to call upon. Be that as it may, our customary approach still holds true. We must begin by learning more about the White. Let us continue to question the residents of the village, then regroup and share our findings anon. Aye aye. Every time you have the urge to say it, text it to me, and then Star will rip you a new one. The temptation to bring my main character over to this data center for a bit is high. Isn't it pretty easy? Don't they transfer over really quick, Jolly? If Netherlings seek knowledge of the White, then speak with Kunu Valley, foremost keeper of tales. But neglect not to present self with humility and respect. As sun yields to moon and moon to sun, Netherlings must greet Kunu Valley with a bow. Okay. We have to slash bow at somebody. Over there. The mana cutter is so unwieldy as just like a regular mount. It's so big. Why am I using this? Oh. Who am I looking for? Ah. I like the music on the mana cutter though. Zephyr winds at your back and sunshine to warm your brow, traveler from below. Kunuvali, keeper of tales, hears your words, and she remembers. In times long ago, in lands elsewhere, before even the clouds see, the white is one among many. Newborn, he swims beside his many brothers in seas of endless water. Oh, the fat cat mount! I need it! I literally almost bought it. When I was looking at the Mog station, I literally almost bought it. I was like, I can't. It'll be the only thing that I use ever. And I want to enjoy like the other things. It's so cute. But hated the white is, for his brothers are purest black. So great is their contempt, their loathing, that they turn upon him and rend his flesh asunder. And so he falls, only to rise again. For merciful gods raise him to the heavens, and there he is reborn. Ah! It's so cute. Little Sheba! It's so cute. I am so early and I have 0 companions and 0 mounts, and the 0 mounts is the painful one. You get it pretty early, but yeah, it's suffering for a little while with no mount. The white still longs for the seat to which he cannot return, but in rebirth a splinter of the divine is shattered, and so he opens his maw, from whence come the clouds, and a new sea is born, home to him alone. Content, he gazes below and sees others who are as he, hated and hunted. He weeps, and his benevolence. In his benevolence, he raises up isles of earth and guides these people to the cloud sea. Such is the tale of his rebirth and salvation of the Vanu. May it never be forgot. But this demon which menaces the cloud sea, his rage is that of the... Dude, the fat chocobo! His rage is that of the Vundu, his hunger that of a wild beast. The isles are his gift to us, yet now he must consume them. Kunuvali knows no tales like this. He's been corrupted! He's a chonker. The fat chocobo is a heckin' chonker. I hate running around on your tiny legs. It's adorable, but takes forever. It's the early game struggle. It's the struggle of all sprouts, the rite of passage. God, we are so cute. I love this outfit. So according to the Vanu Vanu, the Sea of Clouds and the Floating Isles were gifts from Bismarck to his people. Gifts which he has taken to eating, yes. So technically within his rights, I suppose, if perhaps a little ungenerous. Gods, eh? But what of you, Alphino? Did you learn aught of value? Alas, no. That is, unless you have an interest in the intricacies of Vanu sky fishing. He's like, maybe. Sky fishing? My gods, that's it! Alphino, my boy, I could kiss you. Please do. Please do. It'll save me the fanfiction inspiration. We'll do it. They're not gonna do it. They debated me. They debated me. From what we have observed, Bismarck is a creature of pure instinct, driven primarily by hunger. When wounded by the Imperials, it fled, but not before devouring another island to restore its strength. Are we gonna fish it with an island? Wait, are we gonna fish it with an island? What I propose is this. We tow a suitably... Oh my god, this is literally what he's suggesting. We tow a suitably appetizing island through the Sea of Clouds, in essence, fishing for our flying whale. Terra, no, Alfie is young. Wait, I don't want to know. I don't want to know how old Alfie is. Never mind, I'm not asking. I think he's like 15. Shit, I forgot. I thought he was like an ancient... Isn't he like a Charlayan? Aren't they like thousands of years old? This is my headcanon, okay? Once we draw Bismarck out of hiding, we shall use dragon killers to fire grapnels into the beast's hide, then reel it in close, enabling our resident icon slayer to engage it directly. A bold plan, Master Garland, but an exceedingly dangerous one. Should Sir fail to subdue the creature, he would almost certainly be eaten along with the rest of your appetizing island. Yo, Tata, welcome in! Never did I ever think I'd see you playing this. We played it once before, stopped during Endwalker because the queues were horrendous, and now we're finally back to it. Finally. Going through Praetorium is just 14, the interactable movie featuring daddy issues and extreme gay sexual tension. That's honestly summarized pretty accurate, Jolly. Enabling, please don't make fun of my reading. I'm dumb. Oh, he won't fail. And if anything goes wrong, I'll be at the helm of the Enterprise, ready to tow him out of trouble. I wouldn't entrust a task like this to anyone else. Nor I. I trust you have no objections to my joining you as well. Not at all. The more the merrier. Right then. It seems the boys and I have a lot of work to do if the Enterprise is to be ready for our fishing trip. While you two need to find me some bait. We just gotta look for the right size island. Not just any island, mind. I want a mouthful at most. Dude, I was joking. I was joking about using an island. The Omori headbutt, I love it. And the Omori stab, don't forget. I am now Snowman. I have become Snowman. Alphino loves it when a plan comes together. Dude, the little art for this looks sick. Well, you heard Sid. We need an island to bait the hook. By way of a first step, I propose we speak to Chief Sonu. If the Zundu are as concerned by Bismarck's behavior as they have given us to believe, they may well be supportive of our efforts to slay him. Oops, all snowman. I love this mount. Please tell me this isn't a Mog Station thing, because I want it. I love how it looks like it's just like plucked you off the ground. How do you make those, Terra? With a GIF, a sound effect, and mix it up. If you're talking about the redeems. It's not a Mog Station. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna have to get my paws on that at some point. The Tramontane is upon us. The white feasts, and the Vundu rejoice in his carnage. Hear me, Chief Sonu. This creature which torments you now is not the deity who raised up the floating isles and made a gift of them to you. He is a perversion of your beliefs given form by the Vundu, a false savior who consumes that which he should rightly safeguard. Yet it need not be this way, Chief Sonu. We have the power to strike down this impostor. We must beg of you an island to see it done. Moats against the tempest, in vain do they struggle. Yet who is Sonu to speak of what may be? Perhaps even the Tramontane can turn to the Ponenti? What are these words? Very well, Netherlings. When you are ready, tell Zundu scouts what matter of island you require, and they guide you to it. We shall not fail, Chief Sonu. On that you have my word. Come, sir, let us see how Sid's preparations are progressing. Okay. I've returned. How's your headache, Gulsi? Do you like Lord of the Rings, Terra? Funny you should ask. Spess and I have recently taken to... We started watching The Rings of Power. They're okay so far. And then we watched all of the Hobbit movies. And then we just started the Lord of the Rings movies. We're on the Two Towers now. So, yeah, I would say yeah. I would say yeah, I've been known to enjoy the Lord of the Rings movies. It's an achievement token mount. Okay, very easy to get. Let's go. Is okay? Is okay? Good. Drink more water. If so, you gotta play Middle-earth Shadow of Games. Shadow of War is on Game Pass if you still... I do still have Game Pass. Shadow of War's on there? I didn't even see it sneak on there. Or has it been on there for a while? I played a long time ago with a couple friends War in the North, and I don't remember a lot about it, but I remembered really enjoying it. I think it was weirdly like a 3-player game, but it was very fun from what I recall. You can take me the next time we're in Gridania? Okay, bet. Uh-oh. Help! You saved me. You saved me from the demons. Those are crazy horns those things have. Okay. It's been on there since 3 years. I'm just blind. I'm just blind. Holy shit. Our Ishgardian friends have furnished us with dragon killers and ammunition, and I have taken the liberty of procuring a Magitech field generator as well. Rest assured, we've chains to spare, every link forged by the manufacturer's master craftsmen. If you've any lingering doubts as to their strength, know that they were originally intended to bind dragons, and were not found wanting. It pleases me to inform you that the Vanu have agreed to furnish us with an island of our choosing. Then all that remains is to confirm the readiness of the poor buggers who will actually be doing the fighting. Sir, let Wedge know when your party is assembled. Yo! Is it time? Are we just diving straight into it? Hi, Wedge. Hello, precious child. How are you? I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't like this plan. I don't like it one little bit, but I can't help being excited all the same. So tell me, sir, are you ready to hunt the white whale? Yes, I am. Yes. After you then, sir. All aboard. The limitless blue now accessible. Cursals, do you want to do the limitless blue with us? Do you want to join us? Do you want to join us for limitless blue? I see you there. For a second there, I thought Jolly said grind Anya and thought, so is this game worse than Warframe? Or no, it's mostly just like straight up MSQ. Like, you could play this game entirely just as a story game. Do I use Dancer or Dark Knight for this, Terra? Well, Cursals is a machinist, so Dark Knight. So Dark Knight is the answer. You're being traded, Rip. You found out something amazing about Death Stranding? What's that? Careful not to like drop spoilers on it. The only grindy places are called Eureka and other such things, all of which are pain. 4 machinists? We could do it with 4 machinists, right? You're good? You're good? We're ready? It's not a dungeon, it's a trial. The limit is blue. Bing. One of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. Jolly. 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 Do you meet the requirements for this? Cursals. 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 Do you not meet the requirements for this? Oh, level 57. Level 57 is the problem. Terra standing at Jolly's feet like. Yeah, you were 1 level too low, Cursals. That was the problem. And can invite Gulsif? Okay. How do I friends list on this game? Fellowship Finder? That's not it. Friends list. Let's see. Light party. Oops, my ninja was level 56. Yeah, I was like, what's going on here? This doesn't seem right. Do I like your thrown together armor glam? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Dude, the armor in this game is so... Dude, hang on, you just got outshined? Oh, not anymore. The armor that Crystals was just wearing was... Woo, it was pretty nice. Pringle used to literally reach at you, but now she mostly doesn't. She just does little mews and shows the belly. That's so cute. Yo, this armor? Shanazzy, like Valkyrie aesthetic. So nice, so clean. Yeah, all the armors in this game look so good. Except for like baby beginning armor. Boop. Give me a minute after this trial, I can show you the proper class armor for Dark Knight. Okay. If you have around $500, you could buy those ridiculous sunglasses that Sam wears in Death Stranding. Ooh, if I have $500 to spare. Shot an image of glasses in Discord. Okay, I'll check it out later. Thanks for that. Just to spare $500, you can wear cool sunglasses. No, no studs. No, you can't. You cannot. Terra enjoys the boob window. Yup. The boob window is very aesthetic. Make sure to eat your eggs. Oh yeah, my eggs. My 300 eggs. Now my 299 eggs. We're gonna do a little cheer.
Yay!
So cute. Lolfells are precious. Precious little beans. Speaking of having a spare $500, probably gonna get on the Steam Deck train. If you have any questions about it, you could probably ask about what is their name now? They've changed their name sometimes. I think it's Bananakin Skywalker in Discord, because they bought one like day one, I'm pretty sure. Dark Knight means you have to be a brick shithouse, but also cleavage, so you can corrupt the pure and lead them to sin. To be a Dark Knight? That sounds about right. I can't decide what I want to do with my Lalafell aesthetically, because I really like the cute glams like this, but I also really want the edgy one that I was looking at, with the horns and the edge, and the little angry boy. But he's so cute. This hat is everything. And the hat was like dirt cheap. I think it was like 9,000 gil. It was honestly a steal. It's so cute, right? I'm living for it. What else do we have? I really like this one, but I need to dye it. I need to dye it a different color. I don't mind the orange, but I definitely want to dye it something. Maybe the turquoise that we have. And that's the poncho we're using. And I need to make an aesthetic for the sweater as well. The sweater's too cute. I need like little sweatpants or little jeans or something. Sable Queen, welcome in. How you doing? I will not stop eating eggs. Are you just sitting there eating eggs? What is it? What are you doing? I'm also going to be getting an external capture card and an HDMI splitter so you can stream from one computer and play on a separate display. Dude, I wish I had a streaming PC. If I had a streaming PC, it would fix some of the janky issues that I have with my setup. All right, you very good. Thanks for asking. Dark Knight has a move called Salt and Darkness, aka League of Legends. Wow, you didn't have to do them like that. Why sweatpants when you could wear hot pants? I don't know what hot pants are, but they sound too lewd for a Lalafell. Dude, I feel like a little paper boy and it makes me happy. You're Bloodborne-esque, Glam? Very Bloodborne. Dude, very Bloodborne. Very Bloodborne. You're just missing a top hat. Are there top hats in this game? Also, do you know what I miss? I miss my minion guide. And where is it? There you are, you sweet little bean. There you are. Come here. Sit on my head, small child. Sit on my head. Who called my pet? Oh, there is a top hat. There is a top hat. Very nice. Very nice. I need so many glams. I need all the claims. You're leaving Reaper till you get to Endwalker. Where are you now, Cursals? You're level 80. Are you in Shadowbringers? Oh, ooh, I missed something. They're even equipped with the adjustable nose pads and rim locks, so you can adjust. You can, and I shit you not, add your prescription lenses to it. And use it like your prescription glasses. That's kind of crazy, Ta. That's kind of crazy. Your machinist is level 80, but that's because of endless amounts of dailies. Oh, so you're over leveled what you're actually supposed to be in? 3 more Dark Knight levels, I get Sage and Reaper. My main boy's on your main character. Sage looks really cool. Oh, you're close to Stormblood. Took a little break. How are you level 80? And you're close to Stormblood. What? Like, depending on how fast I go through the story, I could be at Stormblood tonight, maybe. I don't know. Listening. Dude, I love the map. They picked a particularly crystal-filled island. Listen, I'm not listening. How are you level 80 and you're in Heavensward? I should summon my carbuncle. Oh my. Well, this is a cool fight. Not the Vundu. I have a lot of time on my hands. I'm amazed at the control, Crystals, to not want to keep progressing through the story. That's what I think is more impressive. Oh, what the heck? This is very cool. Wait, you actually go on him? Okay, hang on, it just got cooler. Oh, why is it invulnerable? Oh, is it because I'm not on? It's because I'm not on. I understand now. You actually have to go on its back in order to damage it. I wasn't seeing the invulnerable. That's cool. Oh, I think I'm standing in front of you. Give me a second. It's a very cinematic fight. Woo. No, I'm being targeted by things. The music feels like it's been building up to like a change this whole time, and it just hasn't. Oh. Maybe it's coming? You're almost there, EJ. Okay, music, okay. Oh, I'm in trouble. Ah, I'm okay. Milko, welcome in. How are you? Ah, being shot by a vapor bubble? Disrespectful. Glad to hear it. The dragon killers are ready. Okay, I'm actually gonna climb on his back this time. Well, that was easy. Very cool fight aesthetically. Golsif is a tank main. Rate me as a tank because I feel like I ain't doing great. Golsif, rate Jolly. You're not a tank main, Golsif? I always thought you were. Girl from Sex Pistols song died. Does this mean... what does this mean for Canada? I'm not big on politics, but she technically was your queen too, right? I don't know. I don't know, Milko. I don't know if I've heard of them. Maybe if I see a picture of them. I'm gonna go ahead and say maybe. My character has a tummy ache. I threw it up.
Warring light, beloved.
Heidelin don't be sounding okay.
Heidelin, all made.
She sounds weird.
Darkness, light to none known. Hark the receiver blessing small.
It doesn't sound like Heidelin, unless they changed the voice actress. I mean, don't answer that. But that did not sound like Heidelin. But maybe it did? I don't know, it's been a while since I've heard Heidelin's voice.
So falls the Lord of Mists, as did all others before him. How many times does this make, Warrior of Light? Ah, how much you have grown, far beyond the limits of mere mortals.
He has what we seek.
My key! I just got that!
That he does. The key to Azizla and the secrets of Alag.
No, no, no. Where did all my friends go? There was like 7 other Warriors of Light here a minute ago. Why did everyone leave me?
I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
Mikey! Good luck, PvP, Golsif. Oh, Milko, I totally... The joke? Whew, way over my head. I missed it completely.
And to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck.
Can't believe, guys, you're piggybacking off of my hard work. You guys didn't even queue up at all.
Now that the key is within our grasp, the path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare.
Relax, Palpatine. Also, where's your blonde friend? I need vengeance. Eh? Eh? Huh? What kind of key? What the? What the? Hello? I don't think that's what a key does. Yes, Milko, yes, she was. Like, she's on our money. Laputa moment for sure! Dude, Laputa's such a good movie. Help me. Like, where's Sid? Where's Alphino? Everyone just fucking left?
By our deeds
There he is.
shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted.
I'ma kill you.
And man reclaim
Oh,
the
I'ma kill
reins
you.
of history.
I'ma kill you, motherfucker. I'm coming. I don't even care about the Pope. The Pope can be evil, but I want to kill the blonde dude. It's all that matters to me right now. If I do not kill him by the time this X-Pack is over, I quit. I quit forever. And don't answer that. Don't allude anything to that. Leave me in the darkness. What did the blonde dude do? how do I say this? Unalived our best friend. Unalived our bestest friend in the video game. And I cried. Redacted sentence, yeah. I'm sorry for asking. It's okay. Dude, this looks so cool. Is this Az's Law? I'm sorry, I'm the worst at MSQ memory. It's okay, there's how many X-Packs? It all kind of blurs together, I'm sure, by the time you get towards the end. Right now, I only have a Realm Reborn and Heavensward to compare to one another. Forgive me, sir. Had I known what was happening, mayhap I could have done something to stop them. Alas, Wedge and I were still sealed within the engine room and heard— oh, okay, this is your excuse for not fucking helping me. Heard not of the struggle until it was over. And now, for all our efforts, the Archbishop holds the very thing we sought to keep him from. But all is not lost, for yet we live, and we know their destination. Let us give chase and bring an end to their machinations. Yes, please. Hey, a wind-up Sid. You were thinking of playing this game? Sable, try out the free trial. You lose nothing. And you can play— honestly, I could still be on the free trial right now. Like in the content that I'm playing, this could still be the free trial. And this is like 60 hours or more of like playtime. Though we failed to secure the key, we must not forget what we succeeded in— that we succeeded in ridding the realm of another primal and prevented the Vanu Vanu's lands from being consumed in so doing. The Zundu, at least, shall be glad of our deeds this day. Let us go inform Chief Sonu of our victory. Sid and the others will need a moment to tend to the Enterprise. Besides. Muddy! Muddy, welcome in. The typical RPG quest. You go to stop the bad man from taking something. Literally that. Literally that, Muddy. And then we end up doing the dirty work for them.
Something is amiss.
Is there aught amiss, Alphino? Oh, right, the Garleans are here. I forgot about that.
Imperial troops. And they have already secured the area.
Roll, Raggy. Out of the frying pan, ...
Reveal yourselves at once!
That's a cool ass helmet. If it isn't the church, it's the Garleans. Literally. Hey, look, the garlic melons.
And there I was expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
He sounds reasonably tempered.
I thought Ishgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken.
Varys Zos Galvis. Do I recognize this name? Have we seen him before?
Just as Wire observed. The Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
The Warrior of Light?
I feel like I would recognize him, but I'm not drawing anything right now. Reveal yourself at once. No, I don't think I will. Thank you for asking.
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azizlar as well. Hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I think Ren is listening to your stream. Tell him to tell me what he wants from Wendy's. I've asked him 3 times and he doesn't respond. There you go, I did it. I did it for you, Matza. I'm doing you a service.
You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
Is he saying we should work together?
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favorite recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind. even when your every word could
Who's
be
Draco's
right.
dad? Lucius? Lucius Malfoy, question mark? It's giving like Lucius Malfoy for sure.
Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view.
He had the opposite of a glow up in
The
this
fate
game.
of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world.
You see it? Based bars. What's up, Swampy?
It is my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the icons to heel. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
Dude, okay, maybe it's because I just watched The Hobbit and The Fellowship of the Rings, but his voice is really good, but it's not, what's the actor's name? Christopher Lee, I think? The guy who voices Saruman. It's just like a budget version of Saruman's voice. It almost has the deep rumble, but it's not quite there. It's like they wanted Christopher Lee and had to get Christopher Lee from Wish. And it's still a great voice actor. I'm digging it, but I'm just like comparing it directly to, I think their name is Christopher Lee, the Saruman voice actor. Because they're so fresh in my head. Uh-oh, hang on. Hang on.
No, don't! They are not his thralls!
Hold up. Dude. Oh, thank God. I think? Oh yeah, okay, they're okay. Ooh, I was about to get mad.
Where did that come from?
Who would have shot
Take
that?
cover!
Lucia? Oh, Lucia, of course. I was like, Lucia? Question mark?
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
We must withdraw. There's one lady with a mech. It's too dangerous. The voice actor for Varys plays Edward Heath in The Crown. Oh, I haven't seen The Crown. Christopher Lee from Wish.
I want some of that money. I need it.
A
Love
very
you.
merry
Bye.
young birthday to us.
Love you, Pepper. Pepper, thank you for the tier 2. 13 months. Pepper, I love you. Hope your day's awesome. Thank you so much for the support.
We shall meet again, warrior of light. On that you have my word.
Like, is it not giving Saruman just like budget Saruman? Like, it's a great voice actor. No shade on him. But it's just like, it's almost the same voice actor. Let's go, EJ!
So Garlemald too has designs on Azizla. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
Probably because of its utmost importance. I missed a mostly naked man called Booty Queen. I missed out. I took too long in the cutscene. Lucia! Hi! Ah, the armor. I had it sent here as a precautionary measure. Good job. You saved our bum. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would stand less than 20 paces from the Emperor of Garlemald, Varys Sol Scaldus in the flesh. So I think this is our first meeting with Varys. I assume the commander that accompanied him must be the legatus of whom the centurion spoke. Ah, forgive me, this is neither the time nor place for such idle speculation. Pray return to the Enterprise at once. It occurs to me that our friends may have run afoul of Imperial forces as well. Grilled! Hey Terran chat, I missed you both. Don't ask me about Chicago because I need to be busy with something. Can't be sidetracked. It was fun. It was fun. That answers the question. Grilled, welcome back. Good to see you. DR, welcome in. Imagine a world where the king decides to take back full control and has support from the UK. That'd be scary. That'd be scary. We will join you at the airship. Okay. To the airship, which is over there. Dude, can we just talk about the fact that, the unfortunate fact that the new Breath of the Wild, like Breath of the Wild 2, has officially been named Tears of the Kingdom. And it's just, it's such unfortunate timing. It is just such unfortunate timing that that's the name that they went with. Had they done it like a month before release the name or something. I don't know, but it's just so unfortunate. Right, Evelyn, right? It's so unfortunate. If you want edgy, look up the Dark Knight armor. Will do, will do. You're not ready for the level of edgy that I want to set my boy up with. Maybe I'll do it for Thursday. Now that I have the horns to go with it, I can tie it all together. Thank the 12 you're alive, sir. When that battleship appeared and fired on the village, we feared the game was up for you and Alphino. What in the seven hells happened out there? Lucia came and saved our ass from literally the Emperor. First, the Archbishop turns up with an Ascian in tow, and now the goddamn Emperor pays us a visit. What is this, a procession of notable bastards? Who's next, the Keeper of the Seventh Bloody Gate? How to name a game? Not that. It's just such unfortunate timing. They probably couldn't undo it, right? No one so notable, Master Garland. I'm happy to report that the Zundu were overjoyed to learn of Bismarck's demise. Chief Sonu sends his warmest regards, sir. There was much talk of westerly winds. God, we're so cute. I have a paper to deliver. I gotta finish this quest quickly. My paper route is waiting for me. Extra. Miraculously, none suffered lasting harm during the raid. It would seem the Zundu were taken entirely unawares, and wisely chose to offer no resistance. I sense they have no more fear from the Empire, for the present at least. Had the Emperor truly been intent on their extermination, OK Zundu or Ok Zundu would already have been leveled. Plainly, Varys is only interested in reaching Azizla. Speaking of which, if you're all ready to continue the chase, the Enterprise is as well. Shall we? Yes, we shall, please. Darren Jefferson sent me a friend request. Let's go. Manila, how you doing? Welcome in. Lest you wonder, Wedge was able to calculate the heading indicated by the beam of light emitted by the gate. Wedge, MVP! What a good boy. What a good boy Wedge is. If Azizla lies in that direction, we'll find it. The Soleil may have a lead on us, but she's no Enterprise. We'll catch them, you'll see. Oh, it's you, EJ. Hi. Oh, I was gonna open my friends list. Remind me. I didn't know Nier was coming to Switch, Jolly. That's so cool. Good, just getting stuff to fight the Wither in Minecraft. I've never fought the Wither. I haven't even fought the dragon in Minecraft, believe it or not.
I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitech armor again. Least of all under these circumstances. My full name is Lucia Go Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald.
Holy shit! Oh, the minute I saw the little thingy, I realized what was happening. Shit!
Ah, that explains it. When we first met in Isgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Livia? Livia Sasjunius? The tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar?
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home on the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy.
Oh shit. No mention of... is there future plot stuff in chat? Because I won't read up. I don't have a mod to deal with it for me. So anything above Cursel's message is not getting read, just a heads up. We don't like foreshadowing, we don't like eluding, we don't like spoilers. Sony's state of play was kind of meh. Aw, that's too bad. No Horizon news, Echo?
My mission. It was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate.
So what changed your mind? If she came in as a spy?
Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emmerich.
Oh, she fell in love. She fell in love. You got all 3 skulls, let's go! Kind of figured there wouldn't be. Hopeful thinking.
Twas his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons.
She fell in love. People in the chat were annoying though. Had to watch in full screen so you didn't have to watch the chat. So many ZZZ comments. I hate that. People, during the Nintendo one, people kept being like, boring. This is boring. It's like, why are you here then? Why are you watching it?
He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it.
Ah, and it inspired her. That's cute.
In time, I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emmerich, he was good enough to accept me into his service.
Wow, Emmerich a good dude.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
I have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Dude, cool. Cool character development.
Well, I,
Izagi, welcome in.
I'm happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Bum, bum, bum. I'm selectively paying attention, but her bangs are weird. Her bangs are... It's not emo, it's scene. Because I remember when people started converting from emo to scene, they would bleach their hair. And they would still have emo bangs, but it was like blonde emo bangs instead. Yes, they did, Izagi. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. So cool. I was literally like, oh! I was shook it. I hate chat during announcement stuff. People were mean about the Harvest Moon remake. People are just, yeah. Reading the chats at all during announcement stuff is not a good idea. Definitely just go full screen, pretend the chat isn't there. Post video after 10 minutes later, got my ass kicked. I ain't posting that. Rip Manila. They also cover her forehead thing. Yep. The minute she didn't even say it yet, I saw the little jewel and I was like, oh! Sorry, I'm half here. My mail got held, so I'm going through 11 boxes. Oh, Jesus. It's like Christmas over here. Jesus, Pepper. Sorry you're dealing with that, but hi, I love you. You're right. That's why I don't vibe with her bangs, because she's like early 2000s scene. Or was it late 2000s? I think it was late 2000s, like 2009. Because emo was like, when was emo like rampant? I would have been 16, so around like 2007, and then scene was probably like 2010. My timeline might be wrong, but that sounds right to my head. I was still emo. I still am emo.
Chief.
It's not a phase,
Mom.
Mom.
Close.
2009 was also emo? Yeah, that's what I thought. Scene was more like 2010 plus, 2011. Ah! Pray! Pray, what are you doing? Pray, what are you doing? Pray, what the heck? Thank you for the 5 gift. You sweet bean. Hi, I love you. Thank you. Yo, Izagi got one too. Let's go. Wait, oh my god, Terra, I'm sorry. What's up, DR? What happened? What happened? Still emo? I whisper as I reach for my pill organizer. It's not a phase, Mom. It's not.
Once we break through those clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing. Right where Azizlar should be.
Dude, Nomis, Dura, Adam, Uno. Pray, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You sweet soul. Thank you.
You're my superstar. I forgot to renew.
Ah! Well, clearly you didn't. DR. Thank you for the 14 months, you sweet soul. Guys, thank you for support.
Everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I need a wiggle emote. I want a wiggle emote so bad. Wiggle is like cutest emote in the world. To be fair, our parents' generation also said being queer was a phase. Joke's on you, we're still gay as fuck. So true, studs. So true.
Look! I think that's it.
It's a beautiful city. I mean, the brown clouds are kind of leaving something to be desired, but otherwise. Is it a city, Azizla? Dude, it's so cool. So cool.
Chief, is that?
She was the white armor last boss of Praetorium Cursals? No, not Praetorium. Shoot, what's the other one? Something Meridian. Castle Meridian? Casta de Meridian, right? The one where you have the two tanks, not the two tanks, the two gunners on either side? Or am I thinking of totally the wrong person? Because that's who I thought her sister was. Wiggle is literally my entire essence in an emote. That's why I want one. Meridianum, is that what it was? But is it that person? Where like she's in the middle and then you got like the two guns and you like put bullets in it and then you... White armor lady, thank you! Good, ow, fuck, I banged my head. Yeah, okay, that's exactly who I thought they meant when they were talking about her sister.
Alagon. Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
Oh, I saw it! I saw it. Pepper, thank you for the 666 biddies. Did something shoot us? We're dead! Oh, damn,
sort of
you got
barrier.
scammed. Pepper, thank you for the biddies and initiating a scam train, you sweet soul. A magic barrier. Magitech barrier?
She won't hold, Chief! She's breaking up!
I've lost the auxiliary propeller!
Uh-oh.
Sid, it's no use. We must return to Ishgard and find another way.
No, we were so close.
God damn it all! Why do the Alagans always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
No, we were right there. I want in Cool City. Now we need a Mana Cutter 2.0, guaranteed. They're gonna be like, perhaps we could augment the Mana Cutter to disrupt the field. I'm calling it. If I'm right, I don't know what happens. If I'm right, then I get to feel smart. If we have a Mana Cutter 2.0, then I'm smart and intelligent and attractive. And we barely finished repairing the damage incurred during our sky fishing trip. On the other hand, any landing you can walk away from, as they say. I can only presume the Soleil passed through the barrier unscathed. That would certainly explain why the Vanu called it a key.
Hi, gay.
Did someone say scam train? Oh, Flash is Badgerman expert.
DR, thank you for the 100 biddies. And boop, boop. There we go. I remember friend request DJ, not because you remind me, but because you remind me. Assuming Sid is correct, and I have no other reason to think he's not, the Vanu's key is required to pass through the barrier protecting Azizla. Even without it, we must find a way to reach the Isle. I shall have everyone convene at the seat of the Lord Commander, that we might discuss how best to proceed. As before, make yourself known to the guardsmen when... Did you just smack me? Did you just smack me, John? Rude. When you arrive and he will show you in. Do you know who I miss out of nowhere? I think he said Lord Commander, and I don't know why it made me think of them. I miss Merlwib von Bliffish, whatever her last name was. I miss her. It's been eons since we've seen her. I wonder what she's doing right now. I wonder what she's thinking about. Pirate Queen! My queen, dude. Ding, 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 ding. Oh my god, Pepper, when did your badge upgrade to that? Pepper, too much support? Too much love and support? I can't? I cannot? Why have I never used Xbox Game Pass from Discord? You can play Forza with the Odeja soundtrack. Wait, from Discord? Oh, right. Because Discord, if you have Discord Nitro, I think it gives you 3 months of Game Pass. I was like, what are you talking about? Now I get it. Now I understand. Oh, you're wearing the Dark Knight class armor for me? All right, meet me here. I have to go pee. I have to take a quick little pee break. So we'll be right back, and then you can show me the armor. Oh, watched it happen yesterday. It felt a mix of embarrassment and pride. Oh my god! DR, thank you for the 404 biddies. 404 error. Biddies not found. Yeah, thank you so much. I know we're in the middle of a scam train, but I have to pee literally so bad. I had to pee the entire whale fight. It's like a minute. It's like a minute before it's over. It's like, it'll be fine. Don't do anything. I'll be back. Don't do anything. Oh my god. My butthole clenched so hard when I saw his little just chilling there. Oh my fucking Christ almighty. Oh. So this is nothing new. I've been popping all over since I was a kid. Yeah. He's back. Wait, like what kind of bear? Like the bears that are on Grindr, or like the bears that are out in the forest on Grindr, or like the bears that are like in the wild? And hang on, everything just keeps coming back to Grindr. I'm done. I'm making a sky road. You guys, this is now a sky road. You guys, what did I say, you guys? What did I sit back down, I see 2 gifted subs, 100 biddies from Izagi, 300 biddies from Pepper. I said don't do anything. You did something. You did things, and I told you not to. Guys, thank you. Thank you for biddies. Sweet souls. Oh my god, Sable? Thank you for the 100 biddies. Guys, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? Thank you. What the heck? What the heck? Even though I told you not to? All right, let's look at armor. Let's look at the pretty armor. Dude, the sword is so distracting. All I'm looking at is the sword. All I see is sword. But the armor is so... Dude, they put their whole Final Fantasy into... into their armor. There's so much detail. DR! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yo, Pizza Guy got one. Let's go. Jonah, Lavakashin, Haji, Scott O'Brien, thank you so much. Yo, and Pepper, Pink Contender, and Excelsior got your 2 gifteds. Guys, thank you. Guys, thank you for all support. Guys, thank you. It means so much. I feel like I don't deserve, but thank you. Let's try to make Terra cry with support. Do not. Okay, listen. I'm all cried out after the last Final Fantasy stream. I was ugly bawling horrifically. What a good game. Terra, don't do the thing, all of chat. Do all the things. Dude, that's such... This is Dark Knight class armor, you said? Yeah, they put so much effort into it, and it shows. It looks so good. Whew. Ah, you are returned. Sir Americ and the others await you within. To the seat of the Lord Commander. Yeah, it looks so good, Jolly. Woo! Ooh. Pepper! Pepper, thank you for the gifted sub! You guys are too kind to me. You guys are too kind and sweet. Me, let's give Terra money. Terra, do not. Do not. I don't think I'll ever be like, what's the word? Like, obviously I'm okay with it, but I don't think I'll ever be like,
owes its lofty position to
I
the
don't know what the
industry
word
of
I'm
the
looking for.
Allagans. And we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top.
I think it's a thing of like, I don't feel like I'll ever feel like I'm deserving of it. It's like a self-worth thing. And you can tell me I'm wrong, but it's a thing. It's a thing, okay? It'll always feel like, I don't deserve. Don't do it. I don't deserve it. Always, I think, forever. Comfortable isn't the word, because it's, obviously it's like, I want to pursue this full time, right? So it's a necessary thing, but I still feel like undeserving. I don't know. It's silly. It's silly. I leave for 5 seconds. Sable, thank you for the 100 biddies. And everybody does sweet, kind, generous things, and I don't know how to cope. I just want to reread this because I was kind of talking over it. In summary, the Isles owes its lofty position to the industry of the Alligans, and we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top. I wonder what they're doing up there. Is it just like having tea parties, or they're just hanging out?
If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate.
Yeah, and it almost did.
As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
They're having some kind of party. A sexy party, maybe? And we weren't invited.
It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare.
That's their fault. The Vanu should.
Master Garland, based on your experience,
what if they lose it?
Way that we might
like when when the whale ate it. He's gonna say Mana Cutters 2.0.
Well, in the past, we've beaten similar barriers by
He's gonna say it
with elemental converters.
Say it, Sid. Perhaps if we augmented the Mana Cutters.
The one we're up against this time dwarfs aught we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals.
He's gonna say it. Say it. I want to be right. Say it.
I'm reminded of the quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing two galleons together to form a twin vessel, scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it.
Mana Cutter 2.0?
How? We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one.
I wanted so much to be correct.
Authority in the field, I reckon.
I thought I could see right through Sid's tricks.
But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Tataru in unusually high spirits.
I thought I was right. I was so excited.
I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
No shot. Guys, hello. Thank you for the level 5 hype train with 14 gift subs and 1770 biddies. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you for all the support. You guys are too kind to me. I don't know how to thank you, but other than just saying thank you. Appreciate your faces. They could have used the word penetrate it, but they didn't, and I'm sad. Yeah, they chose pierce. It's much less exciting. Much less exciting. It would be more fun to penetrate a barrier. You're too kind to us? Shush your face? No stop. No stop. For fun, I dyed the armor white. You are now, what's her name? Lucia. You are now Lucia. Congratulations. Golsif, I love that emo.
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty.
Oh, you guys couldn't see him behind
By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn.
An airship reborn! I thought we escaped a Realm Reborn. You never escape a Realm Reborn. It follows you wherever you go. You're forever a Realm Reborn. Reinforced for punishment? I was also thinking that, DR. My brain also took it there. Terra deserves comfort streamer of the year. No stop. No stop. Guys, I don't do well with compliments. It makes me shy. I'm undeserving. Tataru! How you doing, Bean? Welcome back, sir. How goes the mission? Did you manage to catch up with the Archbishop and his cronies? Well, kinda, but also kinda no. Thank you for the hydrate, Jolly. So you finally arrived at Azisla, only to find your way barred by some sort of barrier. Typical. Honestly, we should have expected it by now. But it's not all bad news. I've made progress in the search for our friends. Don't worry, sir. We'll get to Azisla yet. Do you know who else I really miss? Speaking of Merlwyb, I miss Papalimo and Y'shtola in particular. The whole crew, the whole crew, I miss them. I want to see them, but I don't know when that's gonna be. And I don't want to know when that's gonna be because it'll ruin the surprise. When you fled the victory feast, you used the ancient watercourse beneath the city, right? Well, shortly after things went back to normal in Ul'dah, I asked Marshal Terrapin to have the tunnels searched. A logical place to look. It was there that you lost contact with Minfilia, Thancred, and Y'shtola. What? Literally, hello? What about Papalimo? Dare I ask what the Marshal found? I don't actually know. Pippin's message just said that there had been a discovery, and that we were to come to the Hall of Flames at our earliest convenience. I dare not think what it might be. We shall depart at once. Tataru, let Urianger know to join us in Ul'dah. He will wish to be present as well. Yes, sir. So, hang on. Hang on. I literally say I miss them, and potentially we're gonna go meet them? Hello? Hello? Is it just that simple? Is it just that simple? Now we get to see them? Bye bye. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hello, Pippin! Dude, Pippin's so cute. We are grateful for your assistance, Marshal Terrapin. You saved her grace and father both. 'Tis the least I can do to repay you. Forgive my impatience, Marshal, but your missive mentioned a discovery? Yes, of course. As per your request, I had my men scour the waterways. Almost immediately, we encountered a difficulty. An entire section of the tunnel had collapsed. With the mineral concerns cooperation, however, we were able to remove the rubble, which yielded the battered bodies of a dozen Crystal Braves. Go on. Be at ease, Master Alphino. Your friends were not among the deceased. That alone is cause for hope. And then there is this. That's Y'shtola's, right? Yeah, Y'shtola's wand. I had assumed as much. If I may, Marshal. You have more gifts, because why not? 'Tis as I did surmise, judging by the etheric imprint that lingereth yet upon this wand, it hath assuredly been employed in the casting of a most uncommon magic. Namely, the very first that man did conceive to traverse great distances, and the ancient precursor to all methods of travel that utilize the life stream, flow. The spell entaileth the reduction of the corporeal form into its constituent ether, that the caster might enter the life stream and ride its currents thereby. Unlike the teleportation magics of modern times, it requireth not a lengthy incantation. That Y'shtola should choose to employ such a spell bespeaketh the need for haste. Finally have my car back! Hi, Mac! Congratulations! So they weren't scamming when they said your car's ready to pick up? For the 17th time. Hi, Princess, welcome in as well. All of which would suggest she managed to escape. Would that were it so simple. Know that the scholars of Charlayan forbade the use of this spell, and with good reason. The caster hath but limited control over his course. For every mage who came safe unto his destination, another would be set adrift in the lifestream, never to emerge. What? No, you can't mean... Be not downcast, my friends, for there is yet hope. 'Tis like that Y'shtola's passage hath left traces in the lifestream. Could we but follow these from the point at which the magic was invoked, we may yet find her. A fashion accessory and a hairstyle from the near raid. Yo! Also mod abuse! However, it's important, so I announced it. To the Sildi excavation site, then. Our thanks for your aid, Marshal. Do not mention it. I shall pray for Lady Stola's safe return. Picked up 4 business cards for different managers so you can send an email with your complaints to the place where you had your car fixed. Stolas? No, Istola. A classy checkered parasol. A scanning for style. What is this? Techniques for attaining an uncannily effortless look. Like that Android acquaintance 9S. Soot black dye, gloom purple dye, iris purple. Ooh. This one is hair, the modern aesthetics. Jolly, thank you. Thank you for more pretty things. Also, where's that umbrella? Fashion accessories. You've gained access to a fashion accessory. To use it, first select fashion accessories under character from the main. Okay. From the main menu. Oh! The actions to equip accessories can be used directly from this menu or registered to your hotbar. After equipping fashion accessories, they can be removed by pressing the action again or by selecting put away from the hotbar. Though, who would want to stop flaunting such stylish accoutrements? Oops, I interrupted it. Wait, that's so cute. That's so cute. Modern aesthetics is hair and maybe makeup. Okay. Fashion accessories are such a letdown. Can't do much with them on. Oh, like you can't cast or anything? I can do an umbrella dance. Wait, it's so cute. That's precious. Dude, that's so cute. This is just like a so fashion accessories are just kind of like a cozy little thing that you can do while in town. That's so cute. You can also change pose with them, which is nice. Like C-pose? You can C-pose them? Oh, you can. Oh, that's precious. I like the second one. That's so cute. It's basically town stuff, totally. And re-car shenanigans. Yeah, at the repair shop, general manager, customer service manager, something else. Figure I'll contact them before leaving bad online reviews. Give them one chance to like sweet talk you. And then go from there. Dude, that's cool. Thank you, Jolly. And then this one I use as well. Modern aesthetics, scanning for style. Holy! Oh my god. Well, I don't see what popped up. New hairstyles are now available. Okay. World, hello. World, hi. Thank you for the 666 biddies. How you doing today? Oh my good lord. Okay, where am I? We're going over here. Jolly, thank you for all the goodies. Communication was disaster from day one. They need to know. There's no sweet talking. They can get fucked. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Salt the wound, Mac. The Mana Cutter is such like... I don't know why I like it, but I do. It's so obtuse. Hey Tara, when can we return to Apple Chili's, or was that temporary? Oh, we might do more Played Up. This week there's no room in the schedule for it. But we might do more Played Up in the future. I wanted to play Cult of the Lamb on Saturday. But otherwise, I'd probably play Played Up. I've been watching too many people play Cult of the Lamb again. And I have an itch. I have an itch. I want to play it again. Evidence of Ishtola's passage will have been made faint by time. But mayhaps some few scant traces yet remain to guide our steps. And he still needs to play Call of the Lamb, but I haven't felt well enough to stream again yet. Oh no, Crystals. I'm sorry about that. It's a great game. Cult game equals epic. It's such a good game. And I love the Twitch integration. It's already a good game just as is, and the Twitch integration just makes it the more interesting. Urianger puts goggles over his goggles so he can see while he sees. The trail leadeth to the north and east, unto the bosom of the Twelveswood. Are you certain? Aye, there is no mistake. Thither hath ye stolen. Thither? The hell is a Thither? Thither hath ye stolen journeyed. Why is that a word? And yet the Gridanians have reported no sightings. We must take this to mean she is still adrift. Hither and thither. I hate it. I hate it. It's awful. I'm glad we don't use those words anymore. If it be so, I do fear for our friend. Contrary to its name, the livestream is more akin to a raging torrent. Linger overlong in the midst of this maelstrom, and the aether that formeth one's soul shall surely be scattered, ne'er to be reformed. Sweetling, hello! Give me your gay card. You get another notch. You clearly haven't learned your Shakespeare. Fair enough, Sweetling, fair enough. I don't deserve it. I mean, it's a real word, but it's still painful. Yeah. Comparing it to hither made sense in my brain. Ye old Urianger. It's obnoxious sometimes. I love him, but it's obnoxious sometimes. We have no time to waste. Urianger, please, not please, pray, explore all possible, pray and please are basically interchangeable in language. Pray explore all possible options for reversing the effects of this forbidden magic. Sir, Tataru, we three shall press on to Gridania and petition the Elder Seedseer's aid. Is the bot dead? Has the bot been dead this whole day? I'm shitting. Did we just now notice? Oh my god, the bot's been dead this whole day. I'm shitting and crying. Boom, 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 boom. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Boom, boom,
Hi,
boom,
gay.
boom. Hi, Sweetling. Happy Pride Month. He's more bearable when he's voiced. When it's not me being forced to read it, I agree. When he reads his shitty, ye old language himself, it's much more tolerable. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, bot should be alive and well. Should be alive and well now. If someone wants to test it. Do, 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 do. The poor voice actor having to read it all though. I didn't even think of that, Cursals. I didn't even think of that. That's so true. What song is this? They did their best. Conjurer's Guild. Wait, Terra, don't do anything. Not doing anything. Do 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 do. Since I am in Gridania, you need to hello me. Is this about the dies? Go to the Lancers Guild? If this is about the dies, I told you, I'm doing it off stream. Boop, 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 boop. Boom, 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 boom. It's been so long since I played Bard, I forgot about the instruments. Literally, that is the whole reason Bravo Becca is playing a Bard. Not dies, mounts. Okay, you have my attention. You have my attention. Something about the mounts? Boo-doo-doo. Boo, 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 boo. Do Oh, achievement exchange. I see it. I see it. It was here all along, right under my nose. Master of the rolls. You've accomplished enough feats to keep the bard singing for a lifetime, lad. Such an achievement shouldn't go unrecognized, and to that end, I'd like you to have this. Your accrued achievement points have earned you an achievement certificate. Certificates may be exchanged for a special reward of your choice by speaking to Jonathas. Goblin cap. Oh, that's pretty cute. That's pretty cute on a Lalafell, dude. That's pretty cute on a Lalafell. Fat chocobo. And the ribbon is pretty cute too. Accessories, others. I have 18 of them. Minion of Light. Wind up leader. Wind up cursor. Wind up goblin. Dude, they're so cheap. A suit of chocobo armor designed to resemble a legendary warrior of light. Behemoth Warhorn only costs 6. Flyer Saffron. Headgear used by... What? Oh, flying chocobos. Black Mage Barding. Chocobo armor. Magitech Deathclaw identification key. So I should buy the Behemoth Warhorn. Cascadier's uniform voucher is swimwear trade-in. The claw is great. Okay, so I'll grab Deathclaw and I'll grab Behemoth. Because these are the mounts, right? Yeah. I can now summon the Magitech Deathclaw mount. And I can now summon the Behemoth mount. Oh, I'm so dumb. The claw. The claw that I was saying is really cute and holds people. Literally the claw. I'm so stupid. I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Jolly. Thank you. Appreciate you. Voidal Resonator is also a mount? Let's see. Don't want to do homework, but you must, sweetling. But you must. What was the other one? It was the Voidal Resonator. A metal tuning fork that when struck emits a low tone, which opens a temporary rift in the void, allowing your personal Ahriman, and your personal Ahriman only, to pass through to this plane. I'm gonna buy it. I have 6, it costs 6. The other mounts also cost 6, so. Ahriman. Ahriman mount. Okay. Oh, these things! The floating eyeball thingies. Cool. Alright, very cool. We got more mounts, guys. This is very exciting. This is very exciting news. Hi, Froggo. Welcome in. I don't know why, but whatever I typed last keeps popping up in the text box. Might only be for you. Oh, maybe you're holding... Maybe you're somehow holding the up key. Because I know if you're in chat and I think it's either shift up or just up, like arrow key, it'll bring up your last message. So that could be happening to you. It is said that the elementals perceive the live stream. If, as we suspect, Y'shtola is still adrift in the midst, they should be able to find her. But if we are to appeal them for assistance, we must needs do so through their chosen, the Pagel? It is imperative, therefore, that we speak with Kane-sama without delay. I have already requested an audience with the Elder Seed Seer. She will receive us in the Lotus Stand presently, but we need to... We need but speak with the conjurer yonder to be admitted. Let me in, let me in. If you unlock extremes, we can help you get the horse mounts. Okay, bet. Can I like run around during my quests with a little parasol? I don't want to get a sunburn. Oh, it goes away. Too bad. Imagine if I had it in the cutscene. Be welcome, my friends, and speak freely. I gather your suit will admit to no delay. Ate a whole habanero pepper today. That did not go well. They're a lot. They're not like crazy, but wow. I remember I got scammed into eating one at work one day. Holy shit, that hurt. What I might do is run through Stormblood until I get to the trial dungeon, then continue after stream. There you go, Jolly. It will not, my lady. Pray forgive the abrupt nature of our request, but it is a matter of life and death. Pagel are basically mutants. They're born from Humes. They have horns and special abilities tied to the Twelveswood. It's talked about as a footnote in the White Mage quest, I believe. Interesting. I see. As you say, we must needs act swiftly if we are to free Y'shtola from the ungentle pull of the lifestream. And as you have surmised, we cannot do this unaided. However... I moved on the couch and heard at least 5 pops in your joints, Mac. Relatable. That's relatable.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental.
That being?
In perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him. Being formed of pure ether, however, such concepts are foreign to the elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be reached with simple discourse. The elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we
honestly, that makes sense in a weird way.
Through feelings, naught that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with ether which is akin to hers. If you could but find a family member.
Oh! I know just the person! Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Gridania. She told me about her once.
Oh, that is most fortunate indeed. Pray,
imagine if she didn't have a sister.
Out then and bring her to Evershade.
Imagine if she didn't have a sister, though.
We shall petition the Great One's aid in finding your lost companion.
My bones, I am bubble wrap. Same. I'm actually just gonna stretch without a redeem going off because I haven't today. Whoa! There was a very loud pop from my arm. That's not usually where the pops occur. Oi! Can I just say I feel like if I got a massage, my body would probably fall apart. You've never had a massage before, nor do you know how to make yourself relax consciously. So you probably have a lot of stress. They'd be like, relax your muscles. You'd be like, I can't. In the break room, you hear constant beeping. You're going insane. Wait, like from your ears? Like ringing in your ears? From like too much spice? Frog, are you okay? Find some milk, find some bread if you're still going through it. If memory serves, Y'shtola's sister is named Ymrit. Izagi, you were like, you've already met her. And I was like, I don't remember meeting Y'shtola's sister. Of course it would be Ymrita. Oh, you know her, do you? Well then, that ought to make things easier. Anyway, she spends most of her time around Apkalu Falls. From what I recall, let's take a look for her there. Pepe laugh, he doesn't know, chat. He doesn't know. Only every time you leveled up your summoner. And I know exactly where she hangs out. We were just there buying mounts. Oop, wrong way. Oh no, Mac, that emote is far too cursed. Wide starege. You thought you would handle it well? Oh no. So my whole story of when I first tried a habanero pepper is I was actually sick. I had like a little bit of like a sore throat. This was years ago, like pre-COVID. So yeah, I went to work sick. Anyways, my throat was super, super sore. And then a coworker came in with habanero peppers and was like convincing another coworker to eat one, and then tried to get me to eat one too, like at the same time as the other coworker. And I was like, no, there's no way, I'm sick. And they were like, actually, in some cultures, they eat like a habanero or incredibly spicy food to help soothe the throat. And on God, it was true. Once I got over the initial burn, it was like I ate 10 lozenges at once. And it was really, like, it was hot, but it was really soothing on the throat because my throat was so sore and scratchy. So if you're ever sick and have a sore throat and somebody tries to talk you into a habanero, actually do it. Because the spice will hit you less because your throat is sore. Because you burned away your esophagus. While that may be true, it did in fact soothe my throat. So, you know, there's that. Terra, do I change my character's hair or do I go, trust your gut, trust your Kokoro? Greetings, sir. What brings you here today? I see that you have companions. Lady Amrita, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Alphonode Livendulaire, and this is Tataru Taru. Also, thank you for saying, I'm not reading again because I'm going to say it wrong. I'm going to say it wrong now. Now that you've thanked me for my pronunciation of it, I'm going to butcher it. Your gut likes both? Then flip a coin. Always flip a coin if you're stuck between two decisions, because the coin flip outcome may not matter to you, but in that moment that it's in the air, you may find yourself just hoping a little bit for one of the two options, and then you have your answer. Or you're still 50-50, in which case the coin decides. Coinflip.com, Jolly. I swear to God. I can't with you sometimes. I think there is literally... Google has a coin flip option. Wait, I'm not the only one that does that? It's the only way I can make decisions, Isagi. I'm a nightmare. Never go shopping with me, ever. I'm a nightmare. Roll a digital dice or that. But there's literally... I think if you Google coin flip, it'll have a coin flip there for you. Okay, which is heads, which is tails, Terra? Oh my fucking God. Heads is long hair, tails is add bangs. Oh my God, Mac, you said the reverse of what I did. You can't. So you are my sister's comrades in the Science of the Seventh Dawn. When I heard your people were being pursued, I desperately sought to reach Stola, but all mine efforts were to no avail. Now I know why. So wait. Mikote naming conventions. Is the first bit of their name before the apostrophe, like, is that their, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, surname? Is that their family name? Am I just realizing this? Is this important? Because she's just calling her Stola, not Y'shtola. And I guess that would mean her name is just Rita? Weird. A forbidden spell, of all things. That she should be so reckless. But what's done is done. I thank you for bringing word to me. Needless to say, I shall be glad to help. I love you too, Phoenix. Seekers of the Sun. The first letter is the clan. Cool. So if you want to have a lore-friendly Mikote name, you should have done the same. And you only drop it with people you're very close with. Dude, that's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Though we were born of different mothers, our veins course with the same father's blood. I hope that will be enough for the elementals. Come, let us make for Evershade at once.
Hi, Gay.
Hi, Froggo. Who? Who are these small children? They look like Kane Senna children. I can't unsee the upside down cow on Kane's necklace. It's all I can see. Kane is ruined for me.
Let us begin.
Aye.
Raya O, Arun, if you would.
Yeah, males are either Tia or Nun for the second name. The Nun is the breeding male of the harem, and the Tias aren't. Oh, interesting.
Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
Those are the other Pajal. Her siblings, I believe. Got you. Tias are Ghosts of No. Ghosts of No. And the females have their father's name as their second name. That's so cool. Dude, I love when games have consistent naming conventions for their like races. There was probably some like Dunes folk naming convention that I didn't follow in my name. I don't want to give myself to the live stream. Pray you have to. We're trying to find Istola. No Potato, no Billy. It's been a while since you've been around, eh? Potato has been dead for a hot minute. We found it to be overall disruptive to like, what's the word? To the vibes of certain streams. Like, especially if I was getting emotional, it would kind of like detract from the viewer experience if I was just a potato rather than being real and being emotional. So we've tossed it aside. I killed it. Plus, I switched bots over. Yeah. Been away from Twitch since before August, slowly coming back. Hey, Mom, I'm happy to see you. I hope life's been treating you well. Have we just been doing a detox from the internet?
Please, Y'shtola. Please.
When you say it like that, I agree. Yeah. Well, in the past, I used to be self-conscious of when I would cry on stream, but now I've cried. Dude, I've cried like easily over 10 times on stream now. I'm just comfy with it. If it happens, it happens. As it happened last Thursday when I bawled my fucking eyes out over this fucking game. And now I'm back for more punishment. Gamble all. No, Mac! Love that for me. Love that for you.
There.
Did they find her? No shot. Keeper of the Moon Mikote are matriarchal, so the females have their own names, and the males are named after the mother with a suffix on the first name to indicate birth order. So you could tell, just by hearing somebody's name, like a Mikote name, you could tell who they were born to and even like what number of child they were. That's so cool. Honestly, the difference a hair change can make to a character is nuts. Yeah. When it comes to individuality in an MMO, hair, like armor is one of the first ways to like express yourself, and then hair, if you hate helmets, is like the next best way. It's the first thing that you notice about most characters, at least in my opinion. Ups and downs. I was supposed to go to the States with your GF at the end of August, but you couldn't go, so she went back to on her own. But we got to spend an amazing and super gay month together, so there's that. Hey, some time is better than no time, and I'm glad you got that. That makes me emotional, though. Love you, Billy. Mwah. Happy to see you.
Now.
Bring me Y'shtola! Let her pop out of nowhere, please. Suddenly Y'shtola. Oh, maybe actually? Oh, shit! Let's go! Wait, I'm emotional. Hang on, I'm emotional. Let's go! I'm so happy. I'm having an emotion. I'm so happy, dude. Oh, she naked. Don't look. Don't look, she naked. Me too, Ymrita. Me too. Booba. I'm having an emotion a little bit. Let's go! Mr. Like Mad though, not gonna lie. Of course you do.
A room has been readied at the roost. Pray, bear her thither at once.
I hate the word thither. I hate the word thither. It's such an ugly word. I'm so glad we don't use it in modern day English. She's as naked as her name day. Indeed she is. Say a Moon Clan woman is named Nanamigo. Her first son would be Nanamigo. Honestly, I forgot this was in Heavensward and thought it was post Heavensward skull emoji. I'm dead skull emoji. I'm so happy. Let's fucking go, dude. Sorry, I've returned Pepper out. Pepper, get out.
All that remains is to pray, my friends.
Oh no, is it gonna be like a lifeless husk situation? Like we brought her physical form back, but not her mind? I'm gonna scream. You got me all happy for nothing, if that's the case. I'm gonna scream. I think that would be Izagi like, actually? I think that would be a hither, not a thither. You're embarrassing yourself, Pepper. Oh, you stole that. Me too, Tataru. Me too. Just seeing her face again, it's... Oh, I've been so worried. My girl! My girl! Y'shtola is resting within an inn room. Though she's still unconscious, the signs are positive. The conjurers say she's in sound health and should awaken before long. Isn't that wonderful? Now, while we wait for Y'shtola to wake up, I thought I'd take an opportunity to finish my little surprise for her. It's something I've been working on for a while now, in the hope that she'd one day return to us. It wants just a couple more items before it's ready. Tataru, honey. Tataru, listen. Are you about to send me off on a fetch quest? Are you about to send me off on a fetch quest after we just get reunited with our friend? Tataru, we need to talk. We need to talk. Have returned from whence the thither I came. I hate it. Why don't you hither some bitches? Oh, jolly for your language horror. There's a Chinese instrument called a zither. No, stop. Stop. I've already placed orders on these items. Could I ask that you retrieve them for me? One is with the Leatherworkers Guild, another is with the Conjurers Guild. Speak with Mistress Gava and Brother E. Sumiyan. And they ought to take care of you. Okay. Slowly making progress. Let's go, EJ. What level are you now? So we thither for a meal at zither. Stop. Tataru is the queen of fetch quests. I thought she learned her lesson in A Realm Reborn, but clearly not. Mistress Gava sounds like my kind of mistress. Hey, I was thinking it when I said it. Still quite low level, level 19. I mean, I'm only level 60. 19 is not that low level. We slither hither and thither whilst playing the zither. I hate you guys. I hate you guys. You are come to Stillglade Fane, the home of the Conjurers Guild. How may I assist you? Yes, Mistress Tataru's order. As requested, it has been sanctified in the sight of the elementals. I know not what she intends for the staff, but it is a most singular artifact. Even one possessed of my experience would struggle to wield it. We're getting... Dude, wait, hold up. Did Tataru get her some upgrades? Is she no longer going to be using her twig to cast spells? She's being granted a whole staff? I hate that I can read that same, Mag. I'm finally gonna get banned. do do do. Boo do do do. Leatherworkers Guild. At least you're not Little Sergeant Julie so far tonight. I miss Julie. I hope she's safe and well. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm actually seeing your messages today. We're moving up in the world. Do 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 do. What is it? I'm a busy woman, so be quick about it. If you wish to place an order, speak with Randall. Here to retrieve an order. From Mr. Stutterer, you say? You come at a good time. I finished it but moments ago. It was no small coup. Working it to her specifications, but I did it nonetheless. Payment has already been settled. However, did that girl come by Chimerical Hide? Anyway? Good question. You need either balls of steel or a bottomless coin purse, and it seemed to me she had neither. Interesting. I was distracted by work. Were you reprimanded for that one? Nothing puts the fear of God in me more than my card being declined for small purchases. Oh my God, Carlo. Is that not the realest experience though? Is that not the realest experience? Like when your card absolutely should not be declined and you're just trying to buy like a $2 chocolate bar and it gets declined and you shit. That happened to me one time and I don't remember why, but like my debit card just got randomly locked. And they were like, yeah, I called the bank. They're like, yeah, they just do it sometimes. I'm like, ah? And I think it's like maybe to see that you're like still alive and still a person in control of your bank card. But it's like, why would I not be? I don't understand. It scared the shit out of me though. I pre-ordered something from Japan. I think that triggered. Sometimes weird online purchases cause it. Also, hi Carla, I love you. Do, 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 do. I've had them lock it for fraud claims because I didn't tell them I was going to be out of state. That's a big one as well. You have to tell your bank if you're leaving your location. Because that happened to my partner, I think, when we were in Japan. New Garuda mixes fire. I have the items. There you are. There you are. Anything run through a foreign country looks sus, yeah. Need to call, give locations and dates, yeah. Oh, it's precisely as I requested. A perfect match for the other pieces. Truly, Geva is a master among masters. And the staff completes the surprise. Thank you so much, sir. I can't wait to see what Ishtola thinks of the surprise. Lest you wonder, she's doing very well, and the conjurers have left her in her sister's care. Let's go and pay them a visit, shall we? Yes, please! Yes, please, I would love to. I would love to pay a visit. I bought the plane ticket with the same card. They need better big data. Agree. Agree.
Ishtola! I'm so glad you're back!
Let's go! My bank didn't call me about it or anything, or the decline. So yeah, I didn't get a call about mine either. They just locked my card one day and didn't say anything about it. It caught me off guard. And yet many years ago, my credit card company tried to tell me I did indeed make a purchase to a company that only had Chinese contact info. Interesting, Mac. Also, yes, please tell your credit card company before you leave. Make sure your card is up to date as well. Yep. Words of advice.
Tataru.
She get head pets. I look a little different. Last you saw me.
You are safe. Thank the 12.
I look a little bit different, okay, but I'm the same Terrabellum.
Something has changed about you, Alphino.
Yeah, he changed his outfit.
Or mayhaps the change is with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk?
Worry not. I am well enough.
Tell us then, what befell you after you fled the feast? We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse.
She's gonna give us the deep lore. She's gonna give us the deets. Yeah, sis, I had a glow up. Death drums. Also, when you're in other countries, there's usually a transaction fee of about 1.25% or something with your debit card in addition to the currency exchange. That's why cash is better. Yeah, when I was in Japan, we used almost exclusively cash. Are you sure you're the same Terrabellum? Pretty sure. Last I checked. I have to wait for Terra to get past an extreme amount of content before I offer my fun thoughts on things. Yes, you do. Wait until it's far behind.
That was my doing. I brought the tunnel down that you and Minfidia might escape. At the last moment, I invoked a teleportation magic, in hopes of spiriting Thancred away at least. Needless to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I found myself adrift in the life stream.
Oof.
The others? Where are they? Did they not escape?
They remain unaccounted for. You were the only one we have been able to find. I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued you that day. My hubris that led to our undoing.
Never currency exchange at the airport, ever? That's just asking for highway robbery. They charge up the ass? Monsters. I did it through my bank before we went.
No apologies are necessary, Alpha No. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that were our comrades here, they would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive.
Don't worry. The others are alive and well, I'm sure of it. We just need to find them.
Buy nothing at an airport unless you have no choice. Literally that. Literally that. Buying things from the airport is like buying a beer at a sports game. You're gonna get charged like double the price for no reason. I say it at work, cash is king. I say that whenever they want me to do things above my pay grade. Yes, it is, Golsef.
Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions.
She has much more rasp than I remember.
Ha! There is the Alpha No I remember. And I feel much the better for his return.
Sorry, not rasp.
It's time I arose.
Rasp isn't the word I'm looking for. It's something monotonous? I don't remember her being so monotonous before. Not in a bad way. Yeah, pretty sure her VA is new.
That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you.
You stole a
I don't
hot...
like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we were in Ishgard, you see.
Ishtola gets clothing update. I'm excited. Also, Taro deserves protection. Yes, she does. She just became a master weaver. Easy, no problem, no stress. Ooh. Okay, I see some little thigh action going on. Hello? Okay. Definitely an upgrade. Definitely an upgrade.
Apprised me of all that took place in the aftermath of the assassination plot. It would seem I have been away for some while.
Yes, you have. I like the little bow above her tail.
Much and more happened during your absence. At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azisla.
Well, Terra did MSQ for story. Taro did MSQs, so just so she could be a max Omni crafter. Yep.
And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier?
Yes.
We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one?
What if Ishtola just does it? She's like, I will be the ram.
A means to prise open a hole in an Alagarn barrier. And one large enough to admit an airship, no less. Nay, I lack the knowledge to devise such a weapon.
This territory right here is making me feel things. This is a very nice clothing update for her. A very nice visual update. Just saying. It's doing something. And I don't know what it is. Bowl on the tail is peak character design, 100%.
Could.
Whomst?
a leading figure in the field of etheric research, and one of the finest scholars ever to grace Sharlayan. Matoya, my former master.
Matoya. Absolute territory. Get out, Kurlo. My man is the smallest height for bun boys, and yet I'm still so damn tall compared to Terra. I'm only little. I'm only little. Look at me. This is the new hair? I dig it. I like it. Good choice. Good choice, coin flip. You're at least a whole other Lala taller. Maybe more. Poetic! Haven't been around in a while. Hope you've been having a nice day week. I have been. Poetic, how have you been? Thighs. Look. Look. Absolute territory. In my youth, I had the honor of studying under Matoya. In the field of etheric research, she was without rival. I have no doubt that her knowledge would be of aid to our cause. The question is, will she share it with us? My master has ever been willful. The gods forbid anyone disagrees with her. When the Garlean Empire first marched upon Eorzea some 15 years ago, the denizens of Sharlayan were summoned back to the motherland. However, Matoya refused to join the exodus. To this day, she lives a hermit's life on the fringe of the abandoned city. So it is the Dravanian hinterlands we must go, to the place of my birth. Though Alice and I were born in Sharlayan. Dude, I think I was talking to Perline about this, who's a friend of Bravo Becca. Alize, at one point, like level 25 or like level 30, she's like, Alize is Alphinode's sister. At one point, she's just like, "You're wrong, brother. Goodbye forever." And you literally don't see her again. She leaves with like 2 dudes or something like that and just does not come back. And you literally do not see her. Our days there were short. We remained only until the Exodus, and I have not returned since. Because she has some other idea of like saving the world. I don't even remember. It was so long ago. I don't even remember why she left. But she's like, "Your methods are wrong," and the hair flicks and leaves. So Terry, you actually do see her again, but you missed it. Yeah, obviously I know I'm gonna see her again. I've seen her in like screenshots and stuff like that. So spoiler, kinda. I know she exists and comes back at some point. But I don't want to know when. I don't want to know when. I'm not reading chat. I don't want to know when she's coming back. Schedule really hasn't been letting me drop in. Poetic, I'm happy to see you. You've been drawing. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Proud of you. I wish I could draw, genuinely. But then I would commission suspiciously wealthy furries and make a killing. It would afford us the opportunity to pay my master a visit. I believe you have mistaken our primary objective, Y'shtola. At any rate, the journey will take us through largely unknown territory. Let us first return to Ishgard and make our preparations. Okay. Bahamut stuff. In ARR you meet her. If I do. Oh, this is what Perline mentioned. Perline said something about a Bahamut quest line. And I was like, okay. Limsa Laminza, lower decks. I'm in the drunken wench. Be careful of Limsa. The ERPers live there. It is a dangerous place for a young impressionable level 19. Racked up 8 hours of edits on a single ref sheet. Wow. Haven't even finished with the base colors yet. Wow, that's crazy. You literally can accidentally skip over her entire character arc, so to speak, because Bahamut isn't mandatory. So I currently have skipped over her entire character arc. As is. Well then, Limsa will be a great home to you, EJ. Sharlayan is situated in the Dravanian hinterlands. To get there, we must strike west and traverse the breadth of the Dravanian forelands. Make no mistake, it will be a grueling journey. The party shall be comprised of Sir, Y'shtola, and myself. Tataru, pray remain in Ishgard and continue the search for our missing friends. Yes, sir! First, let us make for Tailfeather. Dude, Y'shtola's new outfit is so good! I want to do that questline, but I don't have anyone to do them with. Pepe hands. How long is that questline? Gonna be super off topic because I have no clue what is happening. That's okay. Do, 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 do. Ooh, I want to see my new mounts. The behemoth mount. Dude, the fact that you sit on his butt. You sit on his butt. Also, we absolutely lounging. We are like absolutely relaxed. And I love how you just sit on his butt. Like there's so much room up here, but I guess there's spikes. So you sit on the safety of his booty. Boop. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. I say that, and at the same time, you've beasted the quest line up to a particular stage just by yourself. You're just stuck on a level you can't beat on your own anymore. It's the entire raid from A Realm Reborn. You can solo it easily now. Maybe you can't since only level 60, but it would still take a while. So it's a little time consuming, but soloable, eh? And what was the other mount we got? The Ahriman one. Ah, this one. Ew. I mean, I love the way that we sit on it. It's very cute, but it's also ew. Disgusting! A long soak in the life stream followed by a long journey. I would not recommend it to anyone. But rest assured, my strength is returning to me. I shall be back to my former self ere long. Onward to Charlene! A great new nation. I believe I am sufficiently rested. Let us continue west to Charlene. Once we descend the mountain path, we will arrive at the Dravanian hinterlands. From there, it's but a short distance to the city. Be warned that we shall be passing through Nath territory. We must needs be wary of them and the dragons both. Must needs. We truly must needs. Let's ride on Behemoth because why not? Oh, now I can finally go to the area where my quest is. I've been playing heavily modded Starbound with a friend. Never thought I'd say the phrase Velociraptor with big iron tough takes on alien zombies. Dude, Starbound, that's the Terraria game, right? Well, it's not Terraria, but like very aesthetically similar. Spess always really wanted to play Starbound with me, but we never had the time to get into it. Yeah, it is, yeah. Spess, like my partner, said he really loved it. Dude, wait. Why is the music on Behemoth so, like, comfy? I would be expecting, like, a big, loud theme. A little bit of guitar action. It's generic mount music. Got it. I was like, it doesn't seem fitting for Behemoth. But it is cute. Fuzzy Dino in power armor using a revolver just demolishing these necromorphs. That sounds like an AI generated sentence, poetic. That's the level of chaos that is. I'm gonna keep doing Storeblood MSQ while in party so I can get stuff done. Help out in Dungeons Trials. Bet. Fridge on a bridge. Dravanian hinterlands.
To the Thalaic River, where to the melted snows of Abelathia's spine eventually find their way by means of 1,000 silver streams. Whose waters have long nourished the Dravanian hinterlands, and so provided for a settlement of learned souls from across the northern seas.
Dude, I really like that building. Completely overtaken with trees.
To the city of Sharlayan, that great seat of knowledge, now abandoned by her keepers, they came.
Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Matoya dwells on the far side of the Thaliac River. Let us search for a crossing. Oh, she raining. I need my umbrella. It's raining too much for me here. Your friend is just playing a regular human, so the contrast makes it even funnier. That's crazy. Is the thing that's friend-shaped already there for the scene? Friend-shaped? Hang on, we need that umbrella. Okay, now I am dry. Oh no, I'm in danger! Okay, well, fuck the umbrella. Help me. Help. Ooh, an aether current. Everything is friend-shaped. If you're brave enough. There's something friend-shaped in the river? Okay. I hope this one doesn't have generic mount music. It sounds kind of generic. Is it generic mount music? Wait, maybe it doesn't? It kind of sounds like the music from Castra Meridian? Question mark? It's generic rip. But it is funny though. Also, it can jump. Non-generic is basically raid, EX mounts, and chocobos. Bum bada bum bum bada bum bum bum. Da 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 da. I want to do my summoner quest. I want my summoner abilities. I don't know how to get up this wall. This wall is too high for me. Maybe over there. And some Mog Station ones, that makes sense. You're not there to bodyguard Terra? No, yes, actually deal with the enemies. Unbelievable. If by deal with them you mean run away, that's what I'll be doing. This is still Starbound. Just took a mounted machine gun, removed the mount, and now use it as a weapon when move speed doesn't matter. What kind of mods are you running? That does not sound like the Starbound I know at all. That's crazy. I don't know how to get up there. I give up. I give up for now. Realistic gun mod. Damn. People said, what's up, man? How you doing? I bet you the 8th right's in that settlement, so I should stop there on my way. What is that? Esper type Magitech Vangob. Okay. Little bit sleepy. Have some late night coffee. Have some 7 p.m. coffee. What's up, Snowman? Sir, I must get up at 6:45 a.m. I should not coffee. Sounds weak. I smell weakness. Me too, Snowman. I sense weakness in you, Mac. Ooh, Aether Crack. Hey, fuck you. Fair enough. I'd still coffee? Nodders. Same. I actually have such a craving for coffee right now. is this? Oh, it's... Cursals, you tricked me! I thought there was something I had to click there. I feel dumb. I feel dumb. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna carry on my wayward son. Fuck. It was sparkling like a thing on the ground that you interact with. Don't come for me, okay? What is this? On closer inspection, the stone appears to be a large horn. Perhaps if we were to blow some holes, you would summon a chocobo. A chocobo porter. Oh, okay. Is there not an aetherite here? Where's the big aetherite in this area? How do I zoom out? Oh my god. Okay, well now I see how to get to my quest. And I was like stuck around here. Gotta go that way. It's all the way up there. Damn, this is a big region. If you drink the coffee fast enough, it'll get you energetic faster, and you won't be energetic for as long because it'll go through your system faster. Is that actually how it works? 7 p.m. is a perfectly normal time for coffee. Izagi, I appreciate you. Thank you for backing me up with this. There isn't an aetherite in the hinterlands itself. It's in Idylshire. Idylshire? Idylshire? Literally, the music for the galaxy in conflict alone is larger than the entirety of Vanilla Starbound. That's crazy. Duty finder. Mac, you're a grown adult. What in the bagpipes? Hello? I admit nothing about my adulthood. Bagpipes, stop. Is this sword base from Halo Reach? Maybe. Maybe, Grilled. Maybe. The pipes is blowing. Knowledge seeks no man. So says the motto of Charlayan engraved upon yonder stone. The meaning is simple. It falls to us to seek enlightenment. I kind of like that. During the 6th Astral Era, at the turn of the 13th century, men from the northern nation of Charlayan journeyed across the seas of Teorzia in search of knowledge. Upon arriving at these shores, they established a camp for their scholarly endeavors. Over time, this camp grew into a settlement, and the settlement prospered, and so much so that it came to be counted among Eorzea's greatest cities. I understood 0 words of that. It's okay. It's okay. You tried. You tried your best. When you complete this quest, you'll probably log off and sleep. Are you level 20 yet? Oh, Nitro! Nitro, thank you for the host. Alas, those glory days are now but a fading memory. With her keepers lost to her, Charlayan has become an empty husk of her former self. Uplander is mistaken. Charlayan has new keepers, is on cusp of new age of glory. Goblins! They're taking the Lalas to Ishgard. Sorry, I was trying to do a taking their hobbits to Isengard thing, but like with Lalafels and Ishgard instead. It didn't work. I'm sorry, I forgot about. Goblins, here to plunder the city. Uplander is mistaken muchly. We are not thieves. This place is our home. Your home? When I last looked, it was mine and Alphinaud's. We were born here. When Uplanders abandoned city, Uplanders gave up claim. Born here or no, Uplanders are trespassers. Terra Lalas are more likely to be Sauron than hobbits. Dude, you're so right. You're so right. Lalas have the most cursed, like, backstory. My friends, please, we did not come here to dispute your claim on this land. Our purpose here is peaceful. We desire but to cross the river. Be calm, I beg you, and let us speak like the civilized folk that we are. Surely we can come to a mutual understanding. Susj. It's got Susj eyes. If that is true, then Uplanders are welcome here. Come with Slowfix. Slowfix will show Uplanders the settlement. Sus Amogus. God damn it. Level 21. Let's go, EJ. Decent progress. They're taking the goblins to Idleshire. 10 out of 10. You did it. You succeeded where I failed. B Sauron or beat Sauron? B Sauron. B. No, Lalas are hella evil, Mac. Like 90% of Lalas. I want a mount that has unique music. That tracks short and small equals evil. Yep, that's how it goes. Like that one ARR Lala who has a really deep voice in the Japanese dub. The one who's like, oh fuck, if somebody can find the link, I would love to see it because it's so funny. Here is the heart of the settlement. Name of Idleshire. Idleshire probably. What have we got here? Guests? Greetings to you. I am Alphinaud Levelier. May I introduce my companions, Sir Terrabellum and Ishtola. We have journeyed far in search of a friend and seek to cross the river. But find and the main bridge collapsed. You weren't looking for a detour and ended up stumbling into Slowfix and his crew, is that right? That is the short of it, aye. This place, Idleshire. I came expecting a ghost town. Suffice it to say I'm surprised to find it so alive. Well, with all them precious artifacts lying about, 'twas only a matter of time before treasure hunters like me moved in. But we weren't the first to arrive, neither. By then, Slowfix and its gobby friends were already settled. At first, gobbies and hunters disliked each other, but understanding came, then friendship. Now gobbies and hunters have joined hands to build great new nation. So that is what happened after we Charlayans departed. Oh, so you're locals? No hard feelings, I hope. All these nice buildings, but no one to live in them. Felt like a waste, you know? We've been trying to put the place to rights, and things have been going well for the most part, but it ain't all smooth sailing. Not to sound ungrateful, but the traps you people left lying about are a bloody nuisance. And there's the Illuminati harrying us day and night. Slowfix has bright idea. Uplanders desire mutual understanding, yes? Best way to understanding is helping one another. Help citizens of Idleshire, and Uplanders can be citizens too. Citizens are free to cross river. Ooh, I will gladly accept it. I will gladly have chimkin sandwich. Bless your heart. This is my actual supper. Spes came bearing a chicken burger. I'm very happy. Oh cool, I can stay on Windows 10 for 3 more years. Yeah, I saw that too, Mac. I was like, I'm staying on Windows 10. Food just appears out of nothing. I am not aware of a quicker way to reach our destination. Let us assist Slowfix and his people. I don't want any of those things, so I'll have a piety materia. This place is Idleshire, heart of great new nation. Free nation built by all, free for all. Eh? You don't have a quest for me? What happened? Oh, there we go. So Uplanders agree to help. Good. Here's what why do I keep saying Slowfix wants Uplanders to do. Many golems prowl Idleshire, get in the way of expansion plans. Slowfix wants Uplanders to eliminate golems. Uplanders are Charlayan, yes? Charlayans should know best way to deal with creatures. You mean Stola. Stola knows best. I'll probably test out Windows 11 sometime next year, clone my hard drive and see what breaks. Everything. Everything. God, I hate when Windows updates. Here's what Snowflakes wants. God damn it. I think I put the YouTube link in the deep voice Lala in stream discussion. Let's see it. Let's see it. It's too funny. It's too funny not to revisit. So excited. Come on. Wait, don't do it yet. I love this.
どうもこうもご覧の通りです総帥すべてはエオルゼアのために
Why does he have such a deep voice? Why is it so deep?
ご覧の通りです総帥すべてはエオルゼアのために
Oh, every single time I see that cutscene, it sends me, dude. It's too good. It's too powerful. He sounds like a JoJo villain? Deeper than a JoJo villain. I'm mortified. Is that your first time seeing it, Izaki? It's so good. Guys, since there is a nice warm burger placed beside me, I'm gonna take a quick little like 2-minute break. I'm gonna scarf my burger and I'm gonna refill my water because I've been drinking actually a ton of water. So we'll be back in just a minute. Boop. At what point does it break? Oh, at that point. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, so anyways, it breaks. I think I'm about to fuck my own ass here a little bit. If I go in... Spess, you told me not to do that thing that I've been doing, right? Not to fall off exactly like I did. Here's what I say to you. I'll fucking do it again. I'll fucking do it again. Oh, am I back? Hello? Gamer? Oh, bitrate? Hello? We back? We back? Hello? Miss, I fucking saw it. You take that 9 damage, dude.
Shut up.
I don't think your sword is strong enough to... There you go.
My god, that was frame perfect, dude.
You're welcome. I liked watching you like fail horribly at trying to parry him, and I just walked in front of you and parried him for you. But I think the best experience I've had in a category, as far as like, whoa!
You're asking for it, you bastard.
We're just gonna move on. I've killed again. I can't stop killing. I can't stop killing. My hands are red with the blood of innocence. Oh! Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, you guys, did I forget to put the cooldown back on that? You guys, that's supposed to have a long cooldown. Hang on. Hang on, let me go fix that right now. Before people start spamming it. No! Why cooldown? Because this. Because this. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, okay. Whew. Whew. Oh. Just keep playing while you guys repeatedly smash the key screen. Oh, sheesh. Okay. No, wait. Yes. Yep, they are. Wah! I don't know how to walk. Macaws are in danger. Bro, they walked away from you? I'll invest. I'll invest. Hello? What happened? What happened? your timing was 10 out of 10, dude. I'm gonna celebrate with a drink. Refreshing. Delicious. Let's get some squat music going. Beep, 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 beep. Why do I ever open my mouth? All right, phone, get ready. Couple of hams over here. Ham Central. Maybe we won't drink. I don't know. Maybe. Do it, Terra. Drink the alcohol. King Pote Terra demands it. Huh? No, Terra. Don't do it. It's so bad for your liver. Think about your health. Okay. What?
Ah, but think about how happy it makes people. Gives everyone an excuse to drink and have
true
fun and forget about the cares of the world.
True.
Make everyone so happy, Terra. Just drink.
Okay.
Wait.
Do we?
Actually, I agree with him. You should drink. Make everyone happy. Have fun. Do it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess we're drinking. The internal monologue has occurred. All right, y'all. What if I don't? Will he just heck and kill me? Yup. I'm killing the fish. But you guys. True, but I still want one side face, Okay. Oh, I want that. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh. Your mother, Bannikin. Searching clips is a nightmare. Yes, it is, Mac. I have so many clips. You'll never find it. You will never locate it. Oh, that burger was so good. I was sad when it was over. I'm offended. Welcome in, Vatican. How you doing? The automated were employed as sentinels, and by design can be unmade with a coded command. At the time of the Exodus, it was noughts and crosses. I see no reason why it should not still work. Let us divide the task between the three of us. The quicker it'll be finished with it. With the chat mode in Say, it's currently in party, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter the coded command noughts and crosses to unmake a golem. Dude, rip console users. Oops. Noughts and crosses. Do. It's nice to be back. It's nice to have you back. Oh, I'm gonna say it, Adam. I'm gonna say it. Noughts and crosses. Get fricked. Get absolutely... Oh, it's actually kind of like disturbing. It like disintegrates. With a shudder, the golem crumbles to pieces. I feel kind of bad about it. I heard it was underwhelming, Bannikin. The Sony State of Play. I heard it was like entirely underwhelming, unfortunately. Knots. Can I just like up arrow? Hey, let's go. Do do do. Do do do. I like that mount's music a lot. Golems are no more. Wonderful. Now we can resume the work to expand settlement. A new book upgrade, let's go. An Illuminati incident. Uplanders helped Gobbyflock earned right to be citizens of Idleshire, but Slowfix must ask another favor. Another favor, you say? Short time ago, dear friend of Slowfix ventured into Illuminati territory. Illuminati are nasty goblins, show no mercy even towards Gobbykin. Slowfix fears for friend's life. Please find friend before Illuminati do. I am suddenly taken by a sense of foreboding. Be that as it may, we cannot turn a blind eye. Let us make haste and find Slowfix's friend. Over 40 clips are made by me. Oh my god, Mac. Thank you for your hard work. Appreciate you. Do, 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 do. Fun fact, way back when this city town was not as built as it was, which is why sometimes the dialogue makes it sound like it's in worse shape than it is. As the game went on, it was rebuilt to what players now see. Oh, was it much more like humble previously? And the dialogue just wasn't adjusted? Is that a Becky Bones in my chat room? Hello, Becky. Becky, how are you? It's the same in Mordona as well? Gotcha. Yeah, Mordona 2. If I remember correctly, it was just tense at the beginning. And now it's been much more amped up, which is nice. More life breathed into it. Excuse me, pardon me, passing through. EJ gonna sleep now. EJ needs to wake up early for colleague. EJ, have good sleep. Have good comfy sleep, okay? It is I. I'm not doing too great as Nito spilled pop on your laptop this morning. I think it's fucked. Ugh. Ugh. Other than that, you're okay though, but that's brutal. I don't think pop and electronics mixed particularly well. So I fear the worst for your poor laptop, Chan. Okay, I give up for today. You did your best, Mac. Proud of you. Was the pop okay? Mannequin, why are you like this? On 1.0, it was a small camp, which can be seen just outside of the town itself, and during the beginning it was more rocky areas and mountains, and the sides with less buildings, but like, it got built over time, which is really damn cool. That's really neat. If it was off, you may be able to salvage it, but if it was powered on, yeah. And I think we were having the discussion, was it Becky saying that they barely restart their laptop? I'm gonna try and take it to the repair place tomorrow, see if they can save it. Regular pop. It was on. Ooh. It's not looking hopeful. Oh, I think I can't be at a party. There we go. Some laptops have a liquid catching thing under the keyboard. Dude, we're really living in the future. Goodly Uplander. Long time no eye catch. What is bringing Uplander here? Wait, Brayflox? Does Uplander have lusty eyes for junk of Brayflox? Uplander must not be touching junk of Brayflox. Brayflox is finding junk first. Like Brayflox from Brayflox's Long Stop? Is it one and the same? I knew I recognized that voice. Greetings, Brayflox. It has been a while. Forgive us for interrupting your work, but Captain Wiskate gave me to understand you are marked by the Illuminati. This happens to be Illuminati-held territory. Is it wise to be here? Brayflox eat Illuminati for sunupses. Oh no, the Illuminati! Monkas! If I have to give it a new one, I will eventually. It just might take a while to save up the money. I literally just started streaming it, Becky. No, it's so sad. There's a chance. Biggest concern is if there's liquid to any of the circuitry. Let's hope it has the water catching underneath keyboard shenanigans. There's only one Brayflox all stops. It was all talks. Yeah, their name was all talks. One and the same, yes. Huh. Who eat what for sunupuses? Ooh ah! Brayflox all talks. Unwise you are to come here after dirty talking secret knowings of cheese make from Illumina. What is going on right now? Brayflox did no unright. Cheese recipe is gobby birthright. This is all about cheese? What is that? What is happening? Save tongue flaps for trading in Death Pit. Ah, this might be a bit extreme. Hang on, this is feeling a bit extreme for cheese. I think the gobbies take the cheese very seriously. Was that even English? I mean, a goblin was saying it, to be fair. Pray to gobfathers, for punishment is near times. It appears we have no choice. Nothing too extreme for cheese. Alright, I'm focusing the big one. I'm taking out the big one first. Oh, its weight is so tanky. Wait, it's literally so tanky. I think maybe I should deal with the ads. Oh, bombas! Help! Yeah, I'm gonna deal with the ads first. So many bombas. Am I safe here? Maybe I should. Oh my god! Ah! Holy shit! I was not safe there! To answer my own question, no, I am not safe. It's literally a tank, Terra. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, so I think the ads are gonna keep respawning until I kill the tank, as it were. You had a baby with Harvey? Now you can't play Stardew. What? Why? Wasn't that the whole goal? Also, did you guys know in the old Harvest Moon games, speaking of having baby with Harvey, I know it's Stardew, but in the old Harvest Moon games, if you played as a female, and
to me.
What is she doing?
Have at you.
Hello? Oh! Okay, Shola. Anyways, if you played as a female in the old Harvest Moon games, once you got married, the game would roll credits and it would end. And I think it was because it was assumed that you are now married to a man, the man is going to take over the farm and do the farm work. Whereas if you played as a boy, obviously the game continues even after marriage. And I thought that's so fucked up. And it's not around anymore, but in the old school Harvest Moons, that's how it worked. And I couldn't believe it when I learned that. What the fuck kind of scam, right? Okay, I hate that, right? I learned that just a few months ago and I was like, no fucking way. And I looked it up and sure enough. Illuminati, no match for furious gobfists of Brayflox. It was like all a Stola, dude. I only played one as a guy, played as a guy in the one old Harvest Moon I played, but that's pretty sexist. Very much so, Izaki. Very much so. More junk is awaiting Brayflox muchly. Brayflox is taking leave of Uplanders. Okay, bye. The Harvest Moon I played was on GameCube and you could only be a male. Yeah, because they didn't want the game to end once you got married. God, it's so stupid. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever do... Why would, like... Sorry, I'm getting frustrated. Why would you ever make a game and be like, yeah, if you choose to play as a female, the game's just over once you get married? Why would that ever be a design choice? You get to play less game if you're a female. It's dumb as hell. Being embroiled in a cheese war was the last thing I expected coming to Charlene. At any rate, we've fulfilled Slowfix's request. Let us return the good tidings and be on our way. Actually, since we're down here, I don't want to be on my way just yet. I want to do my summoner quest. Because the world revolves around men / sarcasm. / kind of not sarcasm, though. It's gotten better, but it's not there yet. I think the one I played was Game Boy or Game Boy Color, and it had both genders. That might have been the one. I don't remember which title it was exactly, but yeah. The fact that it existed blows my mind. I need to see the full map. This way? I think I'm supposed to like get up somewhere. I don't understand how to reach the lower section of this map. There's no way I can just like walk through this. No. So it's more to my right. I'm just gonna use the big map and try and follow it out. Never played a Harvest Moon game? They're very fun. I have to get to it from the other side of the river? No way. What a scam. Oh, thanks for the intel, Izagi. Saved me a lot of time. I loved Harvest Moon as a kid, partially why I love Stardew so much. I loved Harvest Moon as a kid, but Stardew didn't grab me as much, and I don't know why. Because I loved everything about Harvest Moon when I was little, and Stardew was basically that with more. And I don't know why. It's a fun game, but it doesn't hold my attention for as long. I think I've barely made it through 1 year. Terra hates Stardew, cancel Terra. Fair enough. Understandable. Put a lot of hours into Stardew, never did the arcade achievements though. I don't remember how many, like I have a good amount of hours, but it just, I don't know. My whole point is it didn't sink its teeth into me as much as Harvest Moon did. I'm obsessed with Stardew, just completed the community center almost on year 3. I think the longest I've gotten was maybe to spring year 2. I think that's the furthest I've gotten. You know what might have been the problem actually? Now that I'm thinking back on all my Stardew experience and why it maybe didn't grab me as much, I constantly restarted. I constantly restarted to play with other people. So like by the time that we started to actually get far in a save, I was already a little bit burnt out because I had done spring year 1 so many times. Yeah, I easily restarted like 6+ times to play with different people, or like somebody's schedule would change and it's like, okay, well I still want to play Stardew, but I don't want to go on without you. And then you'd make another one. You got to commit to a run. That's when it starts getting good. That was the problem. You dingus. I'm sorry. Uplanders are back. Did Uplanders find friend of Slowfix? Yes, I did. Time has not cured recklessness of Brayflox. Without help from Uplanders, Brayflox would now be dead gobby. Slowfix owes Uplanders debt of gratitude. Slowfix and Brayflox are joined by unseverable gobby bond. If Slowfix had known that Uplanders are friends of Brayflox, Slowfix would have welcomed Uplanders to Gobbyflock at first meeting. You fucking piece of... You piece of garbage! You made me do all your chores? And we could have been friends from the start? New book looks okay. I missed the old book that had like 13 books coming out of it. You've only done solo, which is probably why you have about 360 hours. Nothing to make you restart, like me, over and over. Uplanders have upheld bargain most highly. As promised, Slowfix makes Uplanders honored citizens of Idleshire, free to cross river at will. Though Uplanders must leave for now, Slowfix hopes that Uplanders will pay many visits and help build great new nation. You are most kind, my friend. You may be certain that we will return. I must confess, at first it upsets me to learn that my home has been occupied by others, but I see now that it is in good hands. Under your care, I look forward to seeing Charlayan thrive once more, to become a home to people of all races and creeds. Slowfix has already ordered the Gobwatch to let Uplanders through. Safe travels. I've started a new game a few times, either to try different maps or because I felt like replaying it. Usually get bored after I already have almost everything. Once you start getting, because I know there's like the Junimo huts that you can end up building. That I feel like is like the true end game. Once you reach that point and have like max relationship with most of the villagers, you're like, so what now? And then that's when you install Stardew Expanded, do it all over again. That's a cool metal horsey. That's a cool metal horsey right there. I like it. Hello, Gobwatch. Please let me through. By order of Chief Slowfix, Uplanders can come and go at will. One moment for clearing away barricade. Finally, we can continue our journey. Oh, are they blowing it up? Of course they are! Run! They didn't say shit, they just took off. You pieces of garbage. People run. Ahem. Barring any misadventure, we shall soon arrive at the cave where Matoya resides. Unless you have unfinished business in Idleshire, let us strike out at once. I am ready whenever you are. Let us go and meet the legendary Matoya. If you enjoyed that scene, I highly recommend the Hildebrand quest. Hildebrand quests have... Oh, I'm unattuned. Hang on. I'm unattuned. Hildebrand quests have something that's been mentioned to me like a lot. At some point, I'll probably play them, but I think I'll save that for when I'm like much later in the game. Right now, I'm very story focused. They're a top-notch Terra, yeah. What kind of boat? Why are there so many people in this town? What are these players? What are these players doing here? What are you guys doing in here? Yo, wacky beetles. Why are there so many people? Is it just because this town has access to like everything? So they hang out here instead of like one of the other major cities? It would be a good break from story overload. I'm honestly saving it for when the story gets really heavy later on. Because people say it's really funny and it's really good. And I'll probably need that break when I'm bawling my eyes out. Ahead lies the answering quarter, where the scholars of Charlayan gathered to hone their knowledge. Even from this distance, 'tis plain that much of it has been given back to the wilderness. Well, I'll take the scholar book. Why not? The cave in which Matoya resides is situated on the southern edge of the hinterlands. In choosing the spot, my master desired privacy above all else. As such, the cave is extremely well hidden. You'll not find it unless you know how to look for it. We shall follow the road south until we reach a bridge. Rather than cross it, however, we shall ford the stream it spans, thence head straight until we arrive at the base of a bluff. Okay. It was the endgame hub for Heavensward. There are still a few things you can do in Idleshire. Repeatable quests, custom deliveries, trading in certain raid tokens. Gotcha! So there is still reason to be in the town then. Oh, an Aether Current. I was thinking maybe it was like a World of Warcraft situation where some people like to hang out in different towns that have all the access things specifically because they're lesser populated. People with the weaker connections trying to get into like one of the major hub cities. Disastrous. I wonder if maybe I should split off and do my my summoner quest first. Wondrous Tales? What are Wondrous Tales? The endgame hubs have some features that are only in them, and some features like the market board that aren't available in them. That's annoying. Why would they not include a market board in them? Maybe they didn't want them to become like truly a replacement. Sorry, quiet, irating right now. Moyoi. Moyai? What is that emote again? Moyai. I don't know what Moyai means. What is that thing? Hello? What are you? It's a Stolas. Stolas? Is that hell of a boss right there? Isn't that the same name as the hell of a boss character? Stolas? Wondrous Tales are a weekly thing that gives experience and some currency. Oh, the bridge is broken. Ah! And then those currencies are probably used for fun exchanges. Probably all glamour, I would imagine. It's a hunt monster. Stolas is the name of one of the demons in the Ars Gotia. Gotcha. No, my bad. So you don't just have an entire player base in them. Oh. Because otherwise, oh yeah, it would get so overloaded. This region is rather difficult to traverse without flying, huh? I might be walking myself into a corner here that I can't get out of. Oh, Jesus. The current endgame hub has multiple instances to help manage the overload, even without the market board. Bless instances, honestly. Whoever decided that instances were allowed to be a thing, smart people. Yeah, I'm gonna do my class quest first, just in case the story quest like warps me out of here or something like that. I would hate to have to run all the way back. Dude, so I don't know if any of you were World of Warcraft players, but when World of Warcraft had instanced quests, initially, I think, when did they first introduce them? Wrath of the Lich King, I want to say? Where you complete a quest and the like environment changes and you're in a new instance of that. I thought that was so cool. That was like mind-blowing back in the day. To be in an area and then you complete a quest of a big battle in the area and then the entire area changes to reflect that. I thought that was so fucking cool. I don't know if Final Fantasy does anything like that, but it'd be cool to see. When a new patch drops, the endgame hub is bumping. Only played WoW for a few hours? Bless you. God, I wish that was me. I got trapped in WoW until probably mid Mists of Pandaria is when I really like actually quit the game. What a chokehold on my life that game had. Now that we're all arrived, we can enter the library and begin our search for this forbidden tome. Oh, you were into 11 at the time. It was not the same. 11, I've seen a little bit of gameplay of it. What an older game it was. Imagine owning a PC. It wasn't me until I moved out. Oof. Dude, I was so little when we first got our first PC. I think I was 13 when we got our first home PC. I was literally so young that I couldn't go on the Neopets message boards unless I got my mom to like fax in a, oh shit, what is it called? Like an approval note to the Neopets people to let me go on the message boards. Rather than lie about my, this is, you guys need to understand my character. Rather than lie about my age on the internet, I had my mom fax in an approval form so I could be on the message boards because I had parental approval. Because I think you had to be like either 14 or 16 to be on the message boards without it. Rather than lie, I went through all that. Terra's the ultimate nerd. I am, dude. I have no shame. It would have been early Cataclysm. I think my biggest highest level character was level 20. Oh yeah, you barely got your toes in there. I mean, we had computers, but they couldn't game for beans. Ours barely could. Terra, according to some sites, I'm probably 100 by now. You're lying on the internet, Jolly? I bet you would also download a car if you could. Hello, I'm saving Zimbits to end stream until I get new redeems. Okay. Hi, Bukma. How are you? Oh my lawn, is that a Bukma? It is a Bukma. I have no problems with lying about my age on the site. You're a monster. You're scum. You're villainy. No, I'm just kidding. You have strayed far from the safety of your cities, foolish mortals. Whatever could you be planning? Ascian! Again? Always he arrives at the worst possible moment. 'Tis no coincidence, I fear, and this time he leaves naught to chance. Oh shit! Help? Help? Why are there 4 Ascians here? 'Twas amusing at first to watch you stumble like clumsy children, but too insistent is your dabbling. Those who will not dance upon our palm shall be crushed within our fist. No more shall we endure your blinding effulgence. There can be no rival to the encroaching darkness. You have earned the ire of La Habrea's most loyal servants. Did you imagine we would stand idle whilst you tore down our master's glorious edifice? Face us now, bringer of light, and suffer the punishment for your transgressions. Would it not be wiser to retreat and seek the tome another day? They mean to afford us no such opportunity, my dear captain. Either we stand and fight, or we die. It's happening. Oh, you fucking know I would download a car if I could. My chair just gave out. I need a new chair already. One of these days, you guys are gonna see me like tumble backwards and completely fall out of my chair. Whoa! This emote is making me so uncomfy. That's like Bukma's favorite emote too. How did you get healed? Oh, one of them is literally a healer. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. Ouch. And on that day, Terra, I will laugh my ass off. It will be funny. Very painful, but it will be funny. I think I'm about to have a rock dropped on my head. Ouch! Thal's teeth, it's raining boulders. Where that rock, sir? Oh god. Can't come and scratch his face in peace. By the 12, did that boulder just explode? I'm gonna go stick the boulder far away from my friends. No exploding boulders allowed in my vicinity. Oh no, not another one. Oh my god. Are you winning? I am, Sweetling. Thanks for asking. My eyes being like shulk right now because they're really feeling it. Are you feeling sleepy, Jolly? You should go to bed. Homework check? Yeah, homework check for Sweetling. Closing shift. Oh, dude. That game was freaky. How? We were raised onto greatness by La Habre himself. Oh, fuck homework. No, Sweetling! It's 1:43 a.m., so you're a little sleepy. Just a little bit. Rip Sweetling, by the way. My master is wary of your strength, bringer of light, and rightfully so. It would seem, but your day will come. We discovered the bot was dead because of medcheck? Yeah. You'll not escape us this time, Ascian. Now, sir, unleash your power. Wahapa. When do I get to do that? I want to do that. That was so anime? It is done. The Paragon is no more. That was so anime? A most impressive spell, sir. But when did you learn how to cast it? Did we not first require the library's tome? There was no tome, silly, is what she's gonna say. My apologies, Captain, but in order to deceive one's enemies, 'tis best to begin with one's friends. There was never such any such book. All that Sir truly required was the catalyst of battle to focus his energies. You bitch. I knew that once the Ascian observed us traveling towards this library, he would assume we sought some long-buried wisdom. He could not risk leaving Sir free again to gain even greater power. And so this entire journey was a feint? A trap to lure him into the wilds? Well, you certainly had me fooled. Remind me to never cross wits with you, Ymrita. You fucking bitch. She fucking lied to us. We was lied to, we was. Bot died here too? Yes, it did. Time for you to head off to one of my favorite places in the game. Oh shit, Dreadworm's Trance. How I missed that. Dreadworm Trance, so good. Molly Berry bot pieced out an hour or two in, but worked at start. Weird. Maybe the bot was working, Mac, before you showed up. Because I didn't remember having any issues with it. Oh wait, what am I doing? Together we have achieved something of which few people can boast, the defeat of an Ascian. Never could I have accomplished this deed alone. Thanks to your actions, Tristan's case can also be put to rest. Long have I been haunted by the horrors of that Ifrit mission, but at last I feel a measure of peace. I will return to Ul'dah and have a gravestone for Tristan laid beside his brothers. We may not have his bones, but it will be a place where the survivors from his unit can pay respects to the man he once was. I bid you farewell, my friends. May we meet again under happier circumstances. I too would extend to you my gratitude, sir. In addition to untold slaughter, you have prevented summoning's tragic history from repeating itself in a new age. We must take greater precautions against this ancient art falling into the wrong hands. I will work alongside my colleagues in the Suns and be sure that the spread of summoning is closely monitored. If only we could uncover a lasting solution to the primal predicament. There must be a way to break this self-perpetuating cycle of meeting force with force. As for myself, I shall continue to research into primals and summoning, and offer the Scions whatever support I am able. I am certain our paths shall cross again, sir. Learned action Astral Flow. This concludes the summoner quests for Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have registered a product key for Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood to your service account, and you must have completed the main scenario quest, The Far Edge of Fate. Once you have done so, the next summoner quest will be available from Ymrita. Far Edge of Fate. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Ooh. Astral Flow. Channel the energies of your active trance to perform one of several actions. Dreadworm trance effect. Action changes to Death Flare. I need a Dreadworm trance. I want to see this. Deals unaspected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 500 for the first enemy, 60% less for the remaining enemies. Recast of 20 seconds. Oh my god, it's the ability we used in the quest. That's so cool. Lesser Panda. Yeah, it's on our head. He lives on our head while we fight for our lives. Anyone else finish Bee and Puppycat on Netflix? Smoothing, the only thing I've heard about Bee and Puppycat on Netflix is that they kind of like... People that seem to be fans of Bee and Puppycat seem to think that the Netflix adaptation kind of like killed it, didn't do it good. It felt like, what were they saying? They said it felt hollow, like it didn't have the same character that it had. So long run, you're going to be using Astral Flow a lot. You may want it in a convenient location. It's on Q currently. I have Q, E, and R currently available for hotkeys. I think Q will be a very easy button to press for me. It's a fun time, Terra. Mostly ignore my earlier comment. Okay. Tired and brain dying? It's okay. You're up at late o'clock to hang out with us. Oh, I also got a box of things. Where did it go? Collars, attire, coffer. Item level 210. Cannot execute it this time. Ooh, a full set of equipment. How big of an upgrade are these? 210. Oh, they are very big upgrades. Very large. My gloves are item level 100. Oh my god. We look so cute. Oh my god, this horn? This horn? What the? Dude, I love this little, like, it's very, Greek looking. How it, like, splits open and you have that one little, like arm piece. Dude, it's so cool looking. This is a cool outfit. So horny. Stop. That is a very large horn. That is some overcompensating if I've ever seen it. That's the next set. It's so cool looking. I really like it. The horn is so dramatic on Lalafels. I can only imagine what it would look like on other races. It looks so cool. Oh, we have little wings? I didn't even see the little wings. Oh, dude, summoner gear is so cool. Endwalker set is better. Hey, let me be happy with what I have currently. Counterpoint? No. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well articulated, I understand you. I've gotten to the Stormblood dungeon and you're 100k XP away from 68. I shall sleep now, rest mine eyes. Have good sleep, Jolly. Thanks for hanging out as late as you did today. It's the no pants set? Oh shit, there are no pants. I thought there was, but there's a little... we have a thigh gap. Oh no. We need different pants, I think. What pants can we run with these that still looks good? This looks okay with it. Maybe we glam that in a minute. For now, it's almost unnoticeable on a Lalafell, but later it will require fixing. Enjoy your time, Terra and chat. Take care. Have a good rest of the stream. Appreciate you. Unicorn Hobbit, a little bit. The lack of pants is less obvious on Lala. I didn't even notice until you guys kept calling it the no pants. This is the entrance. You seem unconvinced, sir. Well, that will only add to the surprise. A word of warning before we proceed. Stubborn geniuses make poor hosts. Time will have done naught to improve my master's temperament. Doubt not but that there will be sentinels and traps both to deter unwanted guests, but will not be deterred, will we? Go on and touch the wall yonder. You will want to have your weapon near and at hand. Okay. I love the little one sleeve thing we got going on. It's giving very much like Yuna, like from Final Fantasy X-2. It's giving very much Yuna. Mixed screenshot in general for that set. Okay. Whoa. That's so cool. Dude, I love that death flare ability. It feels so good. So tiny. Cosplay when? I don't know. I need to shrink down a bit, I think. Let's see the let's see it on Mikote. In game channel? Boop, boop. Oh my god, it's so much more obvious on Mikote. It is it is a much more obvious. Hello? Hello? Some thigh action going on here? It is far, far more obvious on a Mikote. Damn. On us, you have to be looking for it to see it. It's a very cute set overall, though. The sentinels may suffice to discourage the average trespasser, but not the warrior's light. The way should now be clear. Come, let us go see my master. Okay. Oh my? Mac, are you looking respectfully? What the? Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Through the mountain! Secret.
Don't you know it's rude to enter without knocking? The youth of today. No manners at all.
Hello? He's a witch! Hello, witch?
Though we neglected to knock, we did create something of a commotion. I had hoped that would suffice.
Heavy-handed as ever, I see. And still not a hint of grace. Some things never change.
Oh, you did your best, Sweetling. Wrong window, rip.
To give credit where credit is due, I learned from the best. It has been too long, Master Matoya.
Indeed it has. Oh, it's good to see you again, my girl. And with your fiery spirit unquenched. But look at you, all grown up and womanly. The one there in the fancy duds, that's Louis Soir's granddaughter, I take it?
Granddaughter! Oh no! Oh, Alphino. You're too pretty.
Grandson, begging your pardons. You knew my grandfather, my lady.
Oh no.
Knew him? Ha! We were constantly at each other's throats. Like rabid dogs we were. Oh, he was a stubborn bucker, was your grandfather. Never a dull moment when he was around, though, I'll give him that. As for you, boy,
I see that homework
I've known you since you were a rosy-cheeked babe at the teat.
And my sister too, I gather. May I say what an honor it is to meet you again, my lady?
Spare me the hollow pleasantries, boy. I'll wager my remaining good teeth you didn't come to a forgotten corner of Eorzea to flirt with a wrinkly old
Hey, you don't
woman.
know his life.
Now back to it. What is it you need of me?
That horn is so much.
Azizla. I never thought I'd hear that name again.
You are familiar with it?
As familiar as one can get from poring over musty old tomes. The Alagons set the Isle afloat not long before the sun set on their empire. Old Louis Soir and I often talked about it. The place is home to a research facility dedicated to finding ways of mastering mighty beings.
Oh.
Such as primals and dragons.
Well, now it makes
And
sense.
find ways it did too. Frightening ones. Such secrets as lie buried on Azizla aren't fit to see the light of day. And now you tell me a band of dragon-baiting primal botherers are trying to dig them up?
Yep.
Indeed. And to make matters worse, the Ascians have a hand in their plot. They must be stopped, no matter the cost.
I see.
I like how her staff looks like a hand.
Very well.
Like
You
a
will help us
twisted
then?
hand.
Truly. I had not anticipated such an impassioned response. Could it be that the presence of young blood has stirred your own?
Ah, some things never change. One day that pertness is going to cost you your tail, my girl. Don't say I didn't warn you.
She's cute old lady witch.
'Twas some 50 years ago, shortly after Garlemald had brought all of Ilsabard under its rule. Faced with the threat of invasion, the people of Sharlayan scrambled about for a means to resist the Empire. For my part, I was tasked with developing an etheric converger.
That sounds convenient and useful.
Yes, a device which draws in ether and concentrates it to produce a destructive force.
Ah, sounds exactly like the thing we need.
But as my research neared its end, it was denounced by the Forum, who claimed that my device was more likely to destroy us than
Did you
our
know that
enemies.
Squidward gets me moist? Moister than the mostest Krabby Patty.
He laughed himself into the next dimension. Bargy, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the 100 biddies, you sweet soul. It's so cursed.
After that, they and I had a little falling out, and I decided to seal away all the fruits of my research, lest the dunder-headed ingrates reap any benefit. Ha. Petty, I know, but gods, it was satisfying.
Do mine ears deceive? 'Twas you, was it not, who was so fond of saying that all knowledge exists to advance mankind, that how it is used depends on us.
I don't remember. Perhaps.
I don't remember.
All right, yes. It was a pet phrase of mine. And that should give you a notion of how sick and tired I was of those spineless wretches of the Forum. All talk and no trousers, that lot. That's why I decided to remain behind, rather than join the Exodus.
You may have had your disagreements with my grandfather, but upon that point, your minds were as one.
With respect, Master, the fruits of your research should not be left to spoil. Will you share with us the secrets of the etheric converger?
She's gonna be like, I don't remember it. You have to find my hidden notes.
Aye, I will. All the information you need is contained in a tome I wrote on the subject. But you'll have to fetch it from the forbidden section of the Great Library.
Ah, you were not exaggerating when you said that you
I'm
had
such
sealed
an
it away.
idiot. I had you looking in the
Though
wrong
city is
section.
abandoned, the library's guardians are all but certain to remain. We must needs cut a path through them. Come, let us away.
Okay. Sounds like a dungeon.
Not so fast, you lot. Stola and the boy are staying with me.
They changed what? She said Y'shtola and the boy are staying with me. And yet her text says, you don't expect you can just waltz on in now, do you? Hello? Final Fantasy? Get your shit together. It's not matching. It's making me upset.
I need help to make new sentinels to replace the old ones you walloped. They'll be board and lodging, don't you worry. But know that you'll
Remember
have to
when
work for
SpongeBob had a story? It was so scary.
I'll have no
It was so
sluggers in
scary,
my house.
Bargy. I hear Terra upset. What's going on? The dialogue did not match the text box, and it makes me upset. Upsetty spaghetti. Her voice said, Y'shtola and the boy are staying with me, and the text said, you don't think you can just waltz on in there, do you? Someone has to bring this. It's my job to bring this to fucking Final Fantasy devs. Oh, the Great Library's guardians shouldn't pose any difficulty for a hero like you. You'll hardly notice Y'shtola's absence. And the girl, boy, whatever, would only get in your way. You can't do my boy Alphino like this. He's very pretty. But you can't just call him the girl boy. But if it turns out you aren't up to the task, well, then I know, I'll know you can't be trusted with something as dangerous as an etheric ram. Now the library's entrance is locked tight. I'll loan you one of my servants to open it. The broom yonder. Well, what are you waiting for? Introduce yourself, boy. To the broom? To the straightforward broom? Hello? Evil Nippius. Oh, let's sweeping love. Wait. Oorah. Oh, swish. Let's sweeping love. Let's sweeping love. Where does that broom want to go? I don't know. I'm disrespectful to dust. Can you see that I'm serious? It said it backwards. It said let's sweeping love. Oh, that was the wrong broom. Whoopsies. We'll talk to this broom instead. Why sing? I don't know. Greetings, good sir. I am Broomsy, my lady's servant of some 50 years. May I say what an honor it is to serve you. I am given to understand you wish to enter the Great Gooble Library. To find it, pray head east upon leaving this cave. The building will come into view shortly after you reach the collapsed bridge. I shall go on ahead and await you at the entrance. When your preparations are in order, pray come back and meet me there. It will be my pleasure to unlock the door for you. Thank you, Mr. Broom. I talked to the wrong broom. Not a sentence you'd oft expect to hear. Great Google Library. Oh, god damn it, it's where my quest was. I should have done this one first. Hindsight is 20/20. Let's sweeping love. Hey, an Aether Current. Let's sweeping. Oi! You mind your business. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Anu. Na 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 na. No no. Chaka. Imasu. Hey hey, let's go. Kikasu. Taisetsu na mono. Protect my balls. Boko kawarui. So let's fighting. Let's sweeping love. Gem. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you. I'm like 90% sure that that was a South Park reference. The Let's Sweeping Love. Because why would they say that? Why do I recognize this? It's South Park. Are Reaper having internet issues? I just want to raid. Rip. What's the size of a raid group? Is it 8-man? Because it feels way easier to wrangle 8 stupid people rather than wrangle, like, what was World of Warcraft raids? Like 24 people or 40 people? Wrangling kindergartens. 8-man, yeah, that's way more doable. To get a consistent group of 8 people rather than 24. Hi, Broomsy. Holy shit, you got here fast. You stand before the Great Google Library, one of Heidelin's foremost repositories of knowledge. Alas, it has fallen into disuse since the Exodus some summers since. In all those years, its halls have welcomed not the coming of a single soul. Its floors felt not the loving brush of a broom. Mine apologies, sir. Pray, pay no mind to the dreams of a humble broom. Why do you have dreams? You're a broom. You are doubtless eager to venture within and retrieve my lady's tome. I shall unlock the door at once. When you— with what? Where is your key? Oh my god, I'm losing it. When you have what you seek, pray return to the cave and report to my lady. The Great Google Library now accessible. Broomsy. He really just wants to enter the library and sweep the floor. Cargo space? No. Cargo road. I hate you, though. I am become skull emoji. I'm dead skull emoji. We're gonna do a fate while we wait, I think. Where is that fate? Oh, it's to the north. Bow, bow, bow. Uh-oh. I am in danger. Everyone asks where is the skull emoji and what is the skull emoji, but no one asks how is the skull emoji. Pepe said. Honestly true. Oh, that was much faster than I had anticipated. I wasn't ready. Whoop! Away we go. Thought I had enough time for at least one fate. It's a book under my head. It's a shaky book. Maybe it's the book we're looking for. There's bugs in this library. I need to switch to party chat. Hello. What is this music? Okay, I know one of you fuckers out there is gonna know what the name of this is. I demand you tell me. Because this needs to go on my Spotify playlist. It has no business being this good. Excuse me? Start talking before I hand out the bands. Ink long dry. Thank you guys. I appreciate your faces. Man, Dreadworm Trance is so good. It makes this class feel amazing. Like when I enter Dreadworm Trance, I actually feel hella strong. And that's such a fun, like, cycle for a class to have. Oops, I pulled aggro. Oh, that's awkward. I'm sprinting. Oh. Should I tell him? Tell him what? What even is this style of music? It's so good. Oh, and now it's over. Time for battle theme. Holy fuck. Oh boy. Help. Oh, help. There's a lot going on right now. Help. Oh, the book is closing? What's happening? Oh, people are moving to the other side of it. Help! I didn't make it. Oh, none of us made it. Dreadworm Trance gets better? Be still my beating heart. You can do it, Rasha. Have you guys played Guild Wars 2? I used to play the crap out of Guild Wars 2. Used to be my favorite MMO. Isn't it getting another X-Pack right away, Guild Wars 2? Something Dragons. End of Dragons? Wake of Dragons? Something Dragons. You just got into it, love to hear it. I loved how, like, I don't want to say casual, because that's not the correct word. I just like how relaxed it was. Oh, Guild Wars 2 is on Steam now. Holy shit. Yeah, it is getting another X-Pack. Something of Dragons. The tank said, because I was like, you can do it, Rasha, who's the tank, and they said it would have taken forever. Apologies, first time healing here. Sprout. I don't know anything. Smiley. But I'm having a great time. House of Dragon, he's not... Can you not? Conan Exile seems to be free on Game Pass. It might be, actually, Mac. It might actually be on Game Pass. So I could try it out for free if I'm still interested. Well, not for free, for the Game Pass fee that I pay. I said, M Sprout, I don't know anything, but I'm having a great time. And somebody said, that makes me happy, Terra. Keep on having a great time. Smiley face. And that makes me happy. My carbuncle! Okay, there we go. Why? Okay. Ow. Run! Ah! Help me. Okay, now we're good. Dude, I like how it's just a big book, honestly. Uh-oh, everything is ice? Is this okay? What's happening? Whoa! Oh, it's a slippery! It's a slippery boy. Ow. Oh no. Oh, get me out of here. Oh, I think we're gonna lose one. Oh, they barely made it. They barely made it over. Help! Oh no, I got slowed. I'm so slow. Wait for my little legs. Showed up on your Opera GX homepage. Game Pass do be different on Xbox and PC, but I do not know about Conan. I think largely... wait, I went to gear. I think largely they've been the same. Like, not like 100% the same, but like a lot of the times the same games are on both PC and Xbox. Be playing it. No Game Pass in this house. Your backlog is long. Well, I mean, you have how many? Did you get that Ukraine bundle, Mac, with all the indie games from a while back? Because I feel like everyone has a mountainous backlog just from that. You got the Ukraine bundle in earlier, got another one, so you probably have over 500 games to try. That's not even to mention all the free, like, Epic games and, like, the Amazon games and whatever else have you that gives away free games. So sleepy, have you finished your homework? can't be sleepy until you finish your homework. Fuck no, rip. Oh, we have another book-related boss to fight. Wait, it's not a book. It's a fucking minotaur. What? Help! Walk into my room and there's a... What's happening? Crinkling sound playing and whispering, and it's creepy as fuck. You were scared shitless until you realize it's the HomePod's playing ASMR of someone's eating. You don't know the source. Dude, having audio playing and not knowing the source of it is the most disorienting thing. There was one time on Steam, I somehow opened up the Steam browser and it was like playing shit, and I was so terrified. I had no idea where the audio was coming from and I couldn't find it. It took me so long to realize Steam was the cause. What the heck do you do with those orbs? Oh, I see. What's happening? Terra, same. I've done that the other day. My monitor was off and I was like, hey, let me type on my nice new keyboard, not knowing that you opened up Doom Eternal. Rip. Holy shit, that actually scared me. Oh, more? I think you need to like hit the guy with the orbs, but the tank's having a hard go of it. Whoa, what the frick? Ow. Your skin is still crawling from the crinkly sound of the unwrapping and the whispering. ASMR is so unsettling. No shame on anyone who like uses it to relax, because you do you, but it's strange. The vast majority of it anyways. Demonic sounds coming from somewhere. Your music started playing in your car as soon as you started it, and you were convinced the shop broke your car. Why, because they fixed your radio, presumably? Some ASMR is terrifying. Keyboard typing, I like that. Yeah, there are some noises that are definitely pleasing to listen to, but some of it is startling. Oh boy. Because your volume is really low, you've been listening to anime openings, endings. It just sounded weird. Gotcha. Keyboard typing ASMR is better than your girlfriend. You're not afraid to say it. I'm telling her. I'm telling her. I am terrified. I'm ratting you out. I'm doing it. Missed me admit it. Can't believe you have Mac trapped. What is Mac supposed to say? No? I mean, I guess Mac can say maybe, like they did. Who's this little chode of a man? Oh, he's a book, of course. Of course, why wouldn't he be? Wait for me! My legs are so little. Wait for me. Wait for me. Okay, I'm here. Oh, I don't like what's happening over there to those two people. What did that accomplish? Oh, somebody died. I didn't even realize. Wait, how come I couldn't press the other one? What is this? Down I go. What was going on? Oh, I see. If you don't disable them fast enough, it summons ads. I get it now. I get it. Shame I learned so late. Indeed, Evelyn. Save me, healer. If you can. I don't know if they can. They probably don't have their swift cast ready. They did just res the Tellura person. Oh, here it comes. Are they hard casting it? No way. They're hard casting it. They don't have their swift cast. RIP. Thank you. I appreciate you. So these balls also do damage. I gotta move away from that. Ooh, that was close. Woo! So avoid the balls, step on the thingies. I think I should limit break. I'm gonna do it. Oh, I'm right by a damaging thingy. I'm dead. Oof, I was stuck in limit break animation. Mannequin, honestly true. I deserve that headbutt. Hey, let's go! Get it together, sir. I died twice in that fight. Not my finest work, that's for sure. That horn is too much. Scholar book with piety. Needs to be bigger, more horn. No, it's too much. Piety is for scholars, not for me. Give a coin. Pat's your healer. Honestly, had they resed me a second time, it would have been too much. I didn't deserve the second res. I chose a very poor time to limit break though. Toast with raspberry jam. That sounds really comfy. One more crystal, and then likely we'll be done with Heavensward. One would imagine. Yo, we have little claws? We have little like claw nail thingies with these gloves. Or maybe it's our jewelry. Do you think they do drugs in Final Fantasy? Oh, more than likely. Dude, I was like today years old when I realized in Lord of the Rings and like also The Hobbit, the glam is so cute. This is actually just the collars. This is summoner stuff. I haven't glammed it yet, Evelyn. And I haven't glammed it on purpose because it's actually like, it's really cute. I was like, okay, I'm not mad at it. I miss my poncho a little bit, but I'm not mad at this. But yeah, I was today years old when I realized that in like The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, they're literally like smoking weed like the whole time. Like especially Gandalf with his pipe, literally just a massive pothead. And it took me this long to realize. I thought he was just like smoking like tobacco or something. But then somebody makes a comment of him partaking too much of the Hobbit's like leaves or something like that. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh shit, they right. He's a massive pothead, Gandalf. Wait, how are you sure? I thought it was tobacco. It might have been in The Hobbit. Or maybe it was the Fellowship. I think it's Saruman that says it to him. He's like, you've been partaking too much of the Hobbit's leaves or something like that. Was it Saruman? I don't remember who he was talking to. Maybe Elrond. I don't know, but it was, I literally realized it at that moment. I was like, oh, They're smoking pot. That's what's happening. I had the like awakening and I realized. Ooh, I take it you found the tome. Yes, with much death. With much death I have found it. Aye, this is it all right. Stola, boy, put down whatever you're doing and come here. Sir has returned with the tome. Thank the gods, but another minute under Master Matoya's exacting supervision, and I would have certainly lost my mind, or mayhap merely my temper. Some things never change indeed. Well, I, for one, appreciate the exacting supervision. In the short while we have been here, I feel I've gained a far better understanding of arcane entities than I did during my entire time at the studio. Dopamine is what Terra gives me. Let's go. Regrets are what I have none of watching this stream. You are loved, reader. Gamers are the best. True. Mannequin, you're too cute. Hold on a second. Drugs. Fuck you. I was like, why is he putting spaces at the start of every single one of his sentences here? Fuck you. Thought you were being sweet? Thought you were being nice? It's just typing out drugs. Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. Louis Sua's grandson or no, it'll take another decade under me before you call yourself a scholar. And a deal more than that to make you a scholar worth a damn. Holy shit. Right for the throat. As you may have gathered, Master Matoya is not easily impressed. Indeed. So, Sir has returned with the tome, has he not? Shall we examine it? We shall. Timed out mannequin for the meme. Get him. Terra, dear, what's up, sweetling? Pipe weed is tobacco. Tolkien himself even confirmed it. Oh. Okay, because whoever was talking to Gandalf about it said it was clouding his mind. And I was like, yeah, because he's blazed out of his mind, right? That's what I thought. But if Tolkien confirmed it was tobacco, then never mind. I read into it where I shouldn't have.
I had not thought to behold.
I trust Terra more than Tolkien. Well, that's a mistake for sure. You also thought it was weed, though? Was it Saruman that says it to him, Spess?
There.
Because he's like, the Hobbit's leaves have clouded your mind, or something like that.
To make sense of the contents.
Tolkien said it was a variety of nicotine? Peter Jackson did his only shit. So it's Peter Jackson's fault, is why I think this. I haven't read the books, I've only seen the movies. Sauron did diss him for it, but Sauron smoked in secret, which is why Merry and Pippin were smoking when Gandalf and others rolled out. We have some in Spess and Buckle, yes we have. Oh, also Echo. It's a mix of both. I take no criticism. Pippin and Merry 100% potheads. All they want to do is eat, dude. All they want to do is eat, and they make mistakes all over the place. Boop.
That said, it's one thing to understand the workings of the etheric converger, and another to actually make it work. You do realize how much ether is required.
Well, don't they have it in spades surrounding Azizla?
Sid is keenly aware of the energy dilemma. His airship is by no means large, and it can only bear a limited quantity of crystals.
Oh, we need to supply it with crystals, of course.
If only we had white auracite in the etheric siphon.
Alas, Minfilia is missing along with both artifacts, and Moonbreeder is gone.
Don't bring up Moonbreeder! Fuck you!
Would that there were another ready wellspring of energy for us to draw upon.
They're not allowed to bring up anyone in this game, ever.
Why did it not occur to us before? We already have what we need. The Eye!
Oh, right!
It has been drawing ether into itself for as long as the Great Worms have lived. It is a veritable wellspring of energy.
Redacted. Should be.
It might just suit our needs. But is this energy something that can be harnessed at will?
I believe so. With the aid
I was going to say, we probably have to ask Estinian.
Then
sure
it is
enough.
Settled. Let us return to the Holy See at once.
Come on, Estinian, we're going on an adventure. Get in, loser. We're gonna go fight primals. Actually, I don't think there's a primal. It's just Azislaw. I like the budget the cutscenes get. That seems unusual for MMOs. Dude, and apparently, according to everyone I know, like, we haven't seen anything yet. We haven't seen nothing yet. They say the story really goes off Shadowbringers and Walker, which is why I'm so excited to get there.
When did the light fade from your eyes?
I might have known that it would not escape your notice. It has been this way since I returned from the live stream. An after effect of the teleportation magic I invoked, most like.
They are called forbidden spells for a reason. What were you thinking, girl?
I have no regrets. I but did what was necessary to preserve the light of hope, to keep my promise to Minfilia. Besides, it afforded me the rare opportunity to wander the ether, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
And you're lucky you made it back. If you didn't have a sister, you'd be dead.
That it consumes your very life force to see by sensing the ether around you. Take care of yourself. Do you hear me?
I will, Master Matoya.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. So is she blind? Is Y'shtola blind now? And she sees by sensing ether? I didn't pick up on that. Yeah, she's blind. Wow. It's been so long since I'd seen her, I didn't recognize that I thought her eyes looked quite white, but I didn't know she was straight up blind now. Wow. Cool. Actually, I genuinely have no idea what's going on. This is like watching Harry Potter from book 4. I doubt I can be spoiled. Sorry, Mac, you're stuck with me. I don't know if I want to watch and enjoy, but potentially be spoiled. It'll be up to you. If it suddenly starts looking like really amazing, and you start thinking I want to experience this for myself, that's when I'd say run for the hills, hide, and then start playing the game. I was planning, now that I have the MMO kick from Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 also has a great story. Once you get, I really liked Heart of Thorns. Heart of Thorns story was really good. What was the next one? Path of Fire was okay, but the Living Story is when it like really started to shine, in the later Living Story. Terra, it's just Outer Wilds VODs that are on yes, the only VOD on the content channel is the Outer Wilds. All other VODs are going to be on the VOD channel now. All that remains is to secure its energy source. Let us hasten back to Ishgard and consult Sir Aymeric regarding the eye. You restarted Outer Wilds! Let's go! My absolute favorite game. Making a list of VODs. That reminds me, all I need to do for the rest of the Last of Us VODs is make thumbnails. That's the last thing I have to do. I might even do that tonight and then schedule them to upload in the next couple days. I need to head to the Forgotten Night. How goes story? It goes good. I just realized that Y'shtola is blind. How was raiding? Are you done now? Did you win? Did one of your raiders stop having internet problems? Aymeric, my boy! Hello! It's so comfy, Evelyn, the music in Ishgard. Ah, you have returned. Sir Aymeric, I am pleased to see that your recovery proceeds apace. May I introduce Y'shtola, a fellow scion of the Seventh Dawn and Archon of Sharlayan. My lord, pray excuse me for forgoing due pleasantries, but we seek your counsel regarding the Aetheric Ram. Though we now possess the knowledge to build such a device, we yet lack an appropriate source of energy with which to power it. We believe, however, that Ishgard may possess the solution to our problem. You need not apologize, my lady. Full eager am I to learn of your progress. Please tell me of this energy source that you believe we possess. The Eye of Needhog, the Warrior of Light says. And you are certain that the eye can lend its power to Master Matoya's Aetheric Converger? At Estinian's command, yes. Very well. I shall speak with him. My thanks, Sir Aymeric. Aymeric's such a babe, dude. Nay, my friend, 'tis I who should thank you, as should every Ishgardian. You labor in our name, with nary a care for your own safety. Let us next speak with Cid. He will doubtless be eager to begin work on the etheric ram. Have a Dorito and a drink and a cupcake? Mac, that's so cute. When I first moved into this apartment with very little under bad circumstances, I remember hooking up the laptop with an old 360 controller and old 720p TV to play Outer Wilds with a friend. Dude, that's such a comfy memory. I didn't even experience the memory and I could just feel how comfy it was. Astrologicum is the closest. A snack? A drink? A dessert? Mac, you're too cute. I'm too blessed to have a Mac in my presence. Playing it on a strong PC on nice TV at 4K, it's just as comfy as it was back then. It's so sweet. Feels like it's grown with me in a sense. That's so cute. You know that's my favorite game of all time, right, Bannikin? That game did something to me. I felt different after beating that game. Ah, you're back. The preliminary work of the Enterprise is more or less finished. Tell me you found a way to build the etheric ram. Greetings, Cid. It has been a while. And here's the plans. That's it. Greetings. Long time no see, bud. Here you go. Yeah, dog, I watched your streams for that game, but didn't comment. Such a good game. Such a good game. You were lurking? Literally our favorite kind of viewer? True. This tome contains the fruits of my former master's research on a device known as an etheric converger. Our RAM should operate on the self-same principle. Ah, where are my manners? Put a toy like this in my hand and I go off into my own world. Gods, it's good to see you, and bearing a gift besides. A very distracting one, if I might add. If I didn't know any better, I'd think it was my name day. But there will be a time for tearful reunions later. I'll make a start on the tome right away. So long as I have a grasp of the fundamentals, I should be able to knock something together, which leaves the small matter of the energy source. We believe we found a solution to that problem as well. Estinian? Yo, Estinian! You're still in bloody armor. Okay, so you're just never gonna clean your armor. What was the point in him saying I need to go clean my armor if he was never gonna do it? Pray forgive us our lateness. I did suggest Celeste, then which my ego still takes credit for, even though you played that entirely on your own accord. I mentioned that Celeste talks about mental health and anxiety. You were like, oh, that's something I'm interested in. I knew I found a good streamer. My heart. Now I use my salary to make funny voices on stream. Go brr. Mannequin, you're too cute. The power of the eye is not drawn upon lightly, but I believe we have sufficient cause to do so. So this is the fabled eye, by the 12. It seethes. 'Tis a wonder such power can be contained, much less controlled. Do you guys play Celeste? I'm stuck on a certain part. What part are you on? Because I started doing B-sides, and then I kind of drifted away from the game, which is a shame because I never ended up doing Farewell. Maybe one day I'll go back and like fully complete Celeste. Terra was playing Celeste when I joined. I also saw Outer Wilds. The timeline is strange. The timeline is strange. The Terra timeline. I knew I found a good streamer from you when Terra said, oh no, I need to progress the story to get in this zone. Whoopsies. My mind is also Omelette Max, so I could be wrong about timeline. Timeline was, wait. Outer Wilds came first on the timeline. No. Yes. Yes, Outer Wilds, I think, for sure came first. And then Celeste had to have come after. Instant follow! My heart! Evelyn, thank you. Boys, our friends have kindly provided all the ingredients. Let's see if we can't make something out of them. Tuazisla! Or I guess we have to wait a second, but almost. You heard the chief. We're not resting till the etheric ram is operational. Not one wink of sleep. Poor Wedge. Oh. Blah, 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 blah. Cart chocobo. You know he was swearing under his breath. You know it. Oh, Mac, maybe that's it. Maybe we did main? No, that's not right. Because we did the main game. Oh my god, maybe it was at the same time, Mac. Maybe we were doing Outer Wilds, because you know how I never play like the same game entirely the full week, because variety streamer. Maybe we were mixing in. Maybe I was doing Celeste and Outer Wilds, like side by side. That would make more sense, right? That might have been what we were doing. And that would explain the confusion in the timeline. Given the danger of the task that lies before us, I think it only right that we take a moment to bid our friends and allies farewell. Dura! Congrats on the gifted sub. How you doing? Alas, Sid requires my assistance with Master Matoya's rather singular writings. Might I entrust the task of visiting those who will remain behind to you? Sure. Hi, Amric. So the hour is nigh. Would that I could join you in the coming battle, but with my wounds, I fear I would only be a burden to you. In consorting with the Ascians and availing himself to primal powers, my father made himself an enemy of all that is good and right in the world. Do whatever you must to end his madness. May the Fury watch over you. Lucia isn't coming with us? What a scam. What a scam. Terra timeline making less sense than Zelda timeline right now. So true. So we need Forgotten Night. We have to go to the Broom. And these are all near the Forgotten Night. Okay. I played Celeste before you were here. And you were here for Outer Wilds, weren't you, Echo? I think maybe I was playing them side by side. It's the only thing that makes sense. So you're off to face the Ark. Wait, did Tataru get an outfit? When did Tataru get this hat? Wait, this hat is everything? Tataru, I'm living for this hat. So you're off to face the Archbishop then. Please be careful and watch over the others, will you? We've lost too many friends as it is. Some may yet return to us, but I couldn't bear to lose anyone else. Don't even play with my heart, Tataru. There is no way that Hashrafon is coming back. They would not do that to me. I would cry. I would cry so much. I realize it's asking a lot, but you're strong. You're the strongest person I know, and I don't think there's anything you can't achieve if you put your mind to it. So please, whatever else happens, keep everyone safe. You can literally look it up, skull face emoji. I played Celeste first? No way. There kind of are, because there's A sides, B sides, and then there's even C sides to levels as well. Do you like e-girls or i-ladies? Can I say both? This is it then. Go well, my friend. I shall pray to the Fury for your preservation. Mayhap you think it strange that a daughter of Garlemald should pray. I do not blame you. I used to think it passing strange myself, but that all changed when I discovered something dearer to me than mine own life. Thereafter, praying seemed the most natural thing in the world. Prayers are born of heartfelt faith. In manipulating the people's beliefs for his own twisted ends, the Archbishop makes a mockery of their very existence. It cannot be borne. Dude, I really liked learning Lucia's like backstory. It made her like instantly that much more of an endearing character because she came to Ishgard as a spy, and then she was so inspired by Sir Aymeric that she told him that she came as a spy, and then he was like, "Now you good, now you good, girl. It's fine." What is this? What just happened? Free companies? What just happened to me? Free companies are independent player-organized or player-operated organizations, not unlike guilds. While there are no restrictions on who may join a company, players cannot belong to more than one free company at a... What happened? Oh, you've received a free company invite from Nath... I can't say their last name. Who is this? One of you guys? Who is this? What is this? Details? Endless Void. Come join Void. Fun, friendly. No topics are off the table. Discord available. All facilities available, and we can support raiding. Oh, I see. Okay. If you're not in a free company, you'll receive cold invites all the time. Gotcha. Since they didn't DM me, and I don't think this is one of you guys, I'm just gonna say no. Decline, yeah. I think that's the first one I've gotten. Boom, 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 boom. Whew. Outer Wilds, October 5th, 2021. First Celeste stream, May 4th, 2021. Holy shit, that's eons ago. If you Google Celeste Golden Ridge and end up on the walkthrough in IGN, I'm at the level where the video thumbnail is. Oh, Evelyn, I appreciate your consideration. The Discord is also the best place to discuss it. Well, if it ain't my old friends, sir. Off to face the Archbishop and his cronies, is it? I'd love to go and give those bastards a good walloping myself. That snake Cherubert especially. But I've got to stay here and keep an eye on things. With the Archbishop gone, some of the poor folk might get in their heads to do something stupid like storming the pillars. But blood won't get us what we want. And I need to be around to remind them of that in case they forget. No need to worry about us. Anyway, I'll work with Sir Aymeric to preserve the peace. You just concentrate on settling the score with the Archbishop, eh? Dude, Hilda, so hot. Hilda literally so attractive. I love. It's a shame she's not like a bigger character in the story because she has such a cool design. Then again, there's still room for her, I suppose. Back to 410 Manor. Did I say Manor? Manor. What's wrong with me? When I was waiting for server move to reopen, I was getting spammed daily by the same person. That's so annoying. Who has a design? Hilda. I really like Hilda's design. Master Terrabellum, how good of you to pay me a visit. Oh, cutscene. It feels as though... Oh, don't. Hang on. Okay, I think we're okay. I don't think he's gonna bring anything up. Feels as if it were only yesterday when first we met here in this chamber. You came to us as a fugitive seeking asylum. Now you bear the hopes of our nation upon your shoulders. Get out of here with this! He would not have told. Oh my god, no! Video game, okay. Give me a second. He would not have told you, but when Hoshrafont begged me to accept you into our household, he described you as hope incarnate. At the time, I assumed he was waxing lyrical, as was his wont, but I have come to see that he simply spoke the truth. Dude, my heart. You, oh my god, you are hope, a shining beacon that shall guide the people of Ishgard through the raging snowstorm. A memento. Were my son here, he would have wished to fight at your side in the battle to come. Take care, my friend, and return to us. My heart, dude. That's so sad. What do you think went on in the Nintendo exec office when they were finally going to release Tears of a Kingdom's name after 39 months of waiting and the Queen Bannekin? Honestly, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that the name is Tears of the Kingdom, and it just so happens that that happened, like, just so unfortunate of timing. Oh, back to the Astrologicum. Did someone we like that? Yeah, Sweetling. Yeah, they did. I'm still raw about it, okay? I recently edited a video about it, and I was like tearing up editing the video. Hello, Jat! Jat, welcome in. How you doing? I need my panda on my head. Come here, you. Come on. There we go. You have been better, but you're home. At least you're home safe. We're happy to have you. Count Edmund bequeathed to you Lord Hoshfront's shield. A noble gesture. We bear the hopes and dreams of full many souls. Let their faith in us be a source of strength and courage as we face our remaining trials. Work on the Enterprise is nearly complete. Yedistola's know to make ready. Yistola, we're about ready to depart.
Until but recently, the Ishgardians have kept their doors firmly shut to outsiders. But thanks to you, we have found in them stout allies with whom we may fight to secure the future of the realm. Truly, you are the beacon of hope towards which all men are drawn.
Spare us the hyperbole. 'Tis not for praise that we fight.
Oh? In light of all we have achieved, I felt it only meet to express my gratitude.
Glad to know Estinian's still edgy.
We have achieved. Spoken like a true outsider. Until the war is over, we have achieved nothing.
If it wasn't for Estinian's previous character progression, I would be still mad at him right now, but I'll forgive his edginess because he's a good boy. Oh, that's so sad, Jad. I'm sorry to hear that. Going somewhere else sounds like a good decision if you're being mistreated already there. Yeah, good on you. Making the healthy choice for yourself.
The coming battle is a chance to excise the root of this conflict, and by my hand it shall be done. Then you may speak of achievement.
'Twas not mine intent to make light of your struggle. If I have given offense, then I apologize. But if I may speak freely, you would do well to be wary of the eye. Even now, it burns with insatiable hatred, watching unblinking for a sign of weakness. Should you falter for so much as a moment, it will surely consume you.
Save your concern. I will consume the eye ere I let it consume me.
He's so fucking edgy. I love him. How long am I planning on going tonight? I usually go an hour from now. My usual time is 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central, and it's 9 p.m. right now. Welcome in, homie, indeed. The whole place had one day of turning. One day!
12 be praised. Thou hast not
yeah,
yet set forth.
I would turn tail and run, Jet. That sounds like a disastrous place. Urianger, are you joining us?
Cross sand and snow have I journeyed, that I might deliver this gift unto thee.
Is this, what's it called, white orosite?
White orosite?
Yeah, it is.
But whence did it come?
To mine amazement, it lay hid amongst Moonbreeder's last effects. 'Twas but blind chance or providence that I did have to spy it. Let no man claim that my late friend erred for lack of foresight.
This game, this feels kind of cruel and intentional. It feels like it has very much finality vibes to it. So they're like, hey, remember Hoshfront? Here's a token. Hey, remember Moonbreeder? Here's a token. They're just like pulling at my heartstrings right now.
In the place whither thou goest, servants of darkness do lie in wait. Pray, give unto me thy pledge that thou wilt strike them down and avenge our fallen comrade.
Moonbreeder and Hushfont both. I refuse to pledge to you, unknown person. He's Urianger, pray. We've known him since like level 15 or something. He's good boy. He's good boy. To which man thinketh a trifle in the having, he mourneth as a treasure in the losing. A tired platitude, but one which shall haunt me unto my dying day. Urianger's a good boy. One of my favorite scenes in the game was when Moonbreeder first showed up and just fucking bear hugged Urianger, and he was like, oh my god. It was so cute. This game be like, you here to catch feelings, right? Right? Yeah, they're playing me like a fiddle, Mac. To deal with the stress, I finally listened to Mr. Therapist and started yoga. My ego hates knowing they were right. I so feel that, Bannikin. I'm contrarian through and through. The more people tell me to do something, the less I want to do it, even though I know it's the right thing for me. They like to play with your fifis, then crush them into dust, literally. Time for you to go to bed. Even though I hasn't finished any homework. My brain read that as any Heavensward. Sweetling, have good comfy sleep. You can finish it tomorrow. Hey Terra, you should stay inside forever, I know. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Is this what they call reverse psychology? Let us go, sir. Azisla awaits. Good bed, sweetling. Good bed, sweetling. Let's do it midnight tomorrow. Yeah, you got time. You got time. You can crunch it out tomorrow.
Ah, excellent timing. We've just finished our work on the Enterprise. She's so much improved, I've decided to give her a new name to suit.
Oh?
The Enterprise Excelsior.
Okay.
Simply the Excelsior.
Okay. Okay. Initially, I was like Star Trek with the Enterprise. I'm like, there's no way this isn't Star Trek because it's the Enterprise. Now it's the Enterprise Excelsior. All right, fine, whatever. We Star Trek here. They're not even trying to hide it now.
Once again,
Right, thank you for the hydrate, by the way.
Eorzea's protectors into battle. All aboard!
I can do no more than see you off with prayers for your safety and success.
Look at our little wings, dude. It's so cute.
Yet know that wheresoever you may go, my son's spirit goes with you.
Stop.
May the Fury grant you strength.
We gonna get our fucking revenge, dude.
Return to us, all of you.
Bye, friends. That long of name sounds like it's compensating for something. No, it's fully upgraded. It's earned the name.
Enterprise Excelsior. Engage.
I wonder if I should server hop and show the little wings I recently went through a somewhat excessive grind to get. Hey, if you wanna show off, you can show off for sure. Bring, bring, bring. Bye, friends. Hey, at least no one can die now. Adamantoys? Yes, Adamantoys, yeah. At least in my heart of hearts, I know anyone staying behind is not gonna die, so there's that. Just makes them extra safe, and I can love them freely.
This is it. Get ready.
Wait, sorry, context for me. FF14 wings, Vatican. Yeah, FF14 wings.
Eye of mine enemy, render unto me
Safe
thy
friends,
power.
exactly. It's quite the piercer.
No, you will not claim me. I am the master.
You can do it, Estinian. You can do it, buddy. Stay focused. I don't think I've ever made chicken wings at home. Well, other than like the frozen kind. But I've never like gotten chicken wings and like breaded them myself or anything like that. That is strictly a restaurant thing. Go best boy Estinian! You know I hated him at first, chat. But then his character progression really made me like him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That doesn't surprise me that you hated him. He was so edgy. He was so edgy. And then like partway through his quest, I was like, okay, I see you. I respect you. His character started to make sense, and therefore I got less mad about him being so edgy. Now I just think it's cute. I'm like, aw, my little edgelord. My little edgelord Estinian. You're doing your best.
Chief, we've got an Imperial battleship on our tail. And it's bleeding massive.
It is. They're overcompensating for sure.
Damn it! The bastards were waiting for us to open the door for them.
Wait, were they not in? Wait a minute! Did we fuck up again? Ah! I'm gonna scream.
Hang on to something.
Oh no, wait. That was the Garleans. That was the Garleans. The Ascian and the Pope are already in. Right, there's a few different armies going on here that I'm not considering.
We're all going to die! Tataru!
So the Pope piggybacked off us fighting the whale, and now the Garleans piggybacked off us breaking the barrier.
She won't take much more of this!
The other evil, yeah.
The time has come to use Heidelin's gift.
Isaiah. Oh, I was like, why do I not remember Isaiah?
Blood has been spilled in my name. And for what?
Are you on Hracefulgar?
The false cause that I created for want of the warmth
what?
of companionship. Saint Shiva, Hracefulgar, pray forgive this fool. But even now, I cannot let go of my dream. My dream of a tomorrow in which no child need freeze alone in the snow.
I love you, Sail. Let's fucking go. Dude, Hracefulgar, why did you decide to be a bro? Did Isel convince you? Oh, fuck him up. Oh, fuck him up. Give him the business. Go Shiva mode. Activate the Shiva.
Thank you, Hracefulgar.
Is that Azelle?
Wait.
What does she mean to do?
Oh, goddess, born of mine own hopes and dreams, for the last time, I beseech you, fill this vessel with your light, still the hatred within our hearts, and bless us with eternal grace!
Queen. Let's go. Hi, Shiva. For a second, I thought it was going to be a noble sacrifice situation, but no, I think she's just going to fuck them up. Hraesvelgar and Shiva together. Very anime. Freezing bullets in their place. Dude, this is so cool. This is very, very anime. Ice Queen! The music is fantastic. But then again, 14 has barely missed on its music, like on its soundtrack for things. It's barely missed so far. One day I want to see Terra and Scott the Waz collab. Who is Scott the Waz? Just want the chaos of it all? Cool guys don't need to dodge bullets, they just stop in place. We all know this. True, true. Just freeze them in their tracks. Dude, that was all Shiva. She carried. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up. Oh, that can't be good. Ooh. Ooh. Hraesvelgar, help!
Farewell, warrior of light. And thank you for showing me the way.
No way. Stop.
No!
Oh, I'm supposed to click. I like how this version of Shiva kind of looks like Ysael too. Yeah, they did a good job. Whoa!
This ether. It was a crystal of light.
She fucking exploded?
She too was one of Hydaelyn's chosen.
What? Stop making me like characters! Fuck! I hate this game. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Thanks, I hate it. No way! Dude, I'm just mad. You hate to love it, I do. I'm mad. That fucking sucks, dude. Even as Sistinian, someone who didn't like Ysael that much, even said farewell. Character growth. This is why I like Sistinian. I told you. Even though he's an edgy little bugger, he had actual progression. Dude, I'm bummed. Terry, you need an I hate it here mug at your desk. Just literally when it starts happening, just hold up the I hate it here mug. Hi, Zuggy. Dude, I love those shoulders. Hello. Oh, what is that book? Oh, I want the book. That is so cool. It matches the shoulders too? That's the anima weapon. I want it. I want it so badly. That's so cool. It's not hard once you hit level cap, just time consuming. Dude, I got the time. I don't really have the time, but I'll do it. It's a big grind, okay. Laptop turns on, but the hard drive is fucked. Says no to bootable service. I've lost everything. No, Becky, it's so sad. That's so sad, Becky. Can you replace the hard drive at all? Working on your anima for White Mage. Do they all look that crazy? That's so cool. Got so much gear this week from raids. Copium. Or Wicked. There you go. You got there. So, okay. This is hopium. I'm huffing some mad hopium here. But like, maybe Ysaele's not dead? She didn't have a long drawn out death. She just kind of like, poof. Maybe she's not dead. I'm huffing mad hopium. But maybe she's still alive. That's so fucking hopium. That's hopium as fuck. Copium, yeah. But like, she didn't have like a... In my mind, she's not gone. She's not gone. I refuse. I refuse to accept it. Whew, I don't know about you, but I'm glad to be back on solid ground, even if said ground is floating in the sky. I didn't even like take a second to soak in my environment. This environment is hella cool. Very, very cool environment. When that Imperial battleship appeared, I honestly thought we were finished, and we would have been had your friend not arrived when she did. Oops, all fucking tragedy, dude. 12 grant her mercy. Brief though our time was together, Ysaele was a true friend, a gentle soul who fought for her beliefs. She would have made a fine scion. What is a scion but one who fights for our cause? Our hopes to survive, thanks to her sacrifice. Let that be enough. Yet I cannot help but wonder, how came she to know of our presence here? From Hraesvelgar, I would wager. He will have felt my channeling of the Eye's power. It would seem they were able to make peace with one another in the end. She gave her life because she believed in us. We owe it to her to see our mission through. There's so much vengeance building up to this whole section. Moonbreeda's white Aegis-site, Auracite, or Moonbreeda's white Auracite, Haurchefant's sacrifice, and now Ysaele's sacrifice? Their absolute vengeance is coming. See that dome-like structure further in? Let's make our way there. Thank you, Spaz. Second breakfast. And by that I of course mean second supper. I had burger earlier, now I have mac and cheese. This whole area is very cool. So much death, and for what? It'll all be for nothing if we don't succeed, which of course we'll succeed. We're the Warrior of Light. How could we succeed? How could we not succeed, I mean? Take your lactate. Oh shit, it's all the way in the kitchen though. It means I have to get up. What is that? Who left their ball here? Somebody forgot a ball on the ground. Spess, bring the lactate. No, Spess doesn't need that. I'm not gonna be eating it right away. It's still steaming hot. Let me just catch up with Becky's laptop. Gonna replace the hard drive. It's like $70. That's not too bad. That still sucks. Gonna take it to the repair place tomorrow to get a quote. At least it turns on. At least it turns on. Sucks that you lost everything on the hard drive, but at least it's replaceable at not too bad. Like the silver lining is at least you don't have to replace the entire laptop. It's a locally owned place, and they're really nice. Been there before. I was trying to take the back off to try and clean it. Can't get the screws out, rip. The Isle Sentinels don't seem to frequent this area. We should be safe here. Let's talk strategy, shall we? Yes, we shall. Oops. Wedge, I didn't mean to talk to you. First of all, in the interests of efficiency, I suggest we take this place as our base camp. We can coordinate the search for the Archbishop from here. I have no objections. Now that we stand upon Aziz's law, I am struck by the vastness of the Isle. We must needs be methodical if we are to find our quarry. Good. Now, unless I'm mistaken, this used to be an airship landing, and a major one at that. From what I know of the elegant design, there should be a terminal nearby that's linked to the Isle's operational heart. If we can find such a terminal, we should be able to learn something of the Archbishop's whereabouts. Let's split up and look for it. Getting out with just a dead drive from a spill while it was on is basically nothing, yeah. It sucks. If I lost my hard drive, I'd be devastated. I have so much saved on this. So I get that, but at least the whole machine is still operational. That has to be the silver lining. That's all you can do for now. Time to dab in Animal Crossing. I know you said dab of Animal Crossing, but like, dab. Terry, you need to start backing up your shit. It's like the rule of threes or whatever. It's like one locally, like a copy locally, one off the system, and like one in the cloud or something like that. What, does anyone know what the magic like saving system is supposed to be? It's supposed to be something like that. Why am I walking? What's wrong with me? I have a backup of my stream stuff on your old Dino laptop. At least there's that! So there's that, exactly. It's one backup on-site and one off-site. But I thought there was a third. I thought you were supposed to have 3 copies of something. Or maybe one is the main copy. Yeah, maybe that's it. Oopsie. Machines are beyond my ken. I shall leave it to the others to find this terminal. Of more certain to me are the dragons that I sense nearby. Justinian senses dragons in Aziz's law? Working copy, 2 backups, that's what it is. One is the original. Fuck, I'm so dumb, dude. Nothing? Damn it, there's just this terminal. There's just this terminal then, but it doesn't respond to anything I do. Any bright ideas, Wedge? Wedge? He was here just a moment ago. Oh, don't tell me he's wandered off. I'm sorry, sir, but could you help me search for him? Absent-minded as he is, I worry that he's strayed beyond the landing area and made friends with the local sentinels. Wedge! What are you doing, my little king? What you up to? What you up to? Dude, he wandered far. Just glad it's not totally fucked. Yeah, that's the silver lining here. Still fucking sucks, but could be worse. Trying out a new game, by the way. I don't know how to pronounce that. Atelier Riza? What kind of game is it? I use this mount just because I really like the music. Uh-oh. Don't do it. Oh, you fucking asshole. I'ma kill you! Something like Carbuncle. Please keep us posted, Becky. Yes, indeed. I'm hungry again. I'm tired of eating my granola bars and shit. Mac, that's like me. I have like one of those like 40 packs of granola bars. And then it's so convenient and easy to eat one. And then I just get sick of them like halfway through the box. So then it just sits there uneaten for the longest time. Ooh. Had a laptop that had half a bottle of vitamin water spilled on it. That's good. I heard that computers like vitamins. They need their vitamins just like we do. That one survived with just a dead Wi-Fi card. Got another 4 years. Wow. Trying to avoid being on your feet at home still recovering, eh? Wedge, are you all right? He tripped on a terminal, maybe. I'm fine, Chief. I just tripped, that's all. Fool of a Lullafell. Dude, There's so many references. Fool of a took. What were you thinking coming here on your own? Death by overwork is one thing. Death by stupidity quite another. This is like very similar to Gandalf's line to Pippin in the Mines of Moria. I'm sorry, Chief, but I think I found something. What is this? The wreck of a sentinel? This is no wreck, Chief. She's still operational. Copyright much? Nah, it's different enough. See? Is it friendly though? What if it like goes full murder robot? Initiating. Performing diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. To proceed, please agree to the terms and conditions of use. Everything. I suppose? Yes, I agree. Everything has their fucking terms and conditions you have to agree to these days. Thank you. To register as a user, please state your name. I'm Wedge, and that there is Sir. User recognition. User registration complete. Welcome to Az's Law, Master Wedge and Master Sir. I am guidance node GLI? So cute. I love Wedge. Well, we now have the incomprehensible orb. Incomprehensible orb has joined the party. What does he do? Is he a friend? This isn't quite what I had in mind, but it might just serve. Wedge, bring the node this way, would you? There's something I'd like to try. To go with our broom, yeah. Node, I need a status report on the facility. Gilly? You have to do what the chief says. GLI, Gilly. That's cute. Hey, let's go. Broom makes me want to watch Fantasia. Same. Yes, that's it. Good girl. Here we are. Not much of note. It appears someone recently reactivated Helix, which is this area. Reactivated, you say? By the Archbishop, I'd wager. I dare say he woke up the place when he used the Vanu's key. Are there any other people in the facility? If so, where? Beep beep. Let's see here. On the flagship, that's the central aisle, I'm seeing positive readings within the Aetherochemical Research Facility and the Fractal Continuum. And what have we here? Intruders detected in the Gamma Quadrant. Defense system engaged. Our Imperial friends, I suspect. I hope they enjoy the defense system, but what of the Archbishop and his cronies? What might offer an indication? How about this? Which area is currently consuming the most energy? Somewhere called Triad Control, inside the research facility. And what manner of place is that? It is, and I quote, a regulation facility of the Warring Triad test subjects. And that's all it says. The rest of the information is only accessible to users with consular privileges. An annoying one. I mislike the sounds of this, which leads me to believe that it is indeed the place. I am inclined to agree with Ishtola. Whatever it is that the Archbishop seeks, it is like to be there. That settles it then. Let's find a way to cross over the flagship. Dude, I love when they nod. Like, what else are they gonna do? I don't know why I'm complaining about it, but I just love it. Ooh, critical hit. Greetings, Master Sir. Is there something you wish to know? Tell me how to reach the flagship. Requesting access to a therochemical research facility. Access granted. Generating route. Route generated. Commencing guidance to chosen destination. Please be aware that the designated route may take you through restricted sectors, and that the Isle's defense system may attempt to terminate you. Be kindly reminded that, in accordance with the terms and conditions of use, you and your party assume all risk of damage or injury, including death, that may occur en route to your destination. Okay, fair enough. Can the guidance node be trusted? I know not, but we have few other options. Let us see where it leads us. Sir, Ishtola, Estinian, we four shall proceed to the research facility. Sid, the Excelsior is our sole means of escape. Pray remain here and have her ready to depart at a moment's notice. Understood. We'll see that she's repaired and ready to fly. If anything happens, just let me know via link, bro. Be on your guard, my friends. The enemy could be anywhere. Now, where did Gilly run off to? Gilly! Oh, there's a bunch of active nodes. Where did all these active nodes come from? Oops, I didn't mean to get on this one. Do 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 do. Oops. Do I go through the cave? Can't tell. Probably not. Oh! Yes. Yes, I do. Clockwork Engineer. Excuse me, just passing through. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to do the quests. Uh-oh. Help me! Ishtola! Alphino! Estinian! Don't just stand there like I know you're gonna... Oh! It's okay, he gave up. Blip, you are currently within the Alpha Quadrant. First, you must use the nearby matter conduit to travel to the Beta Quadrant. Please wait a moment while I activate it. Dude, it's just that easy. It's just that easy. Thank you, Mr. Gilly. I mean, Miss Gilly? What is this, like some massive jump pad? Oh no, it's a teleporter. That's less fun. Dude, isn't it scary to think that if teleporters were real, there's a good chance that stepping into a teleporter is like a suicide machine? Because if it teleports you by relocating your atoms, then it technically has to fully break apart your atoms to teleport them somewhere else and then reconstruct them. So like, you, the person who initiates the teleport, is likely dying, and then a new copy of you is created with all your memories and everything included in the new location, completely unaware that they just died in a teleporter. It's scary. Let's never create teleporters. According to my records, this conduit was last serviced approximately 5,014 years, 6 months, 11 days, 7 hours, and 13 minutes ago. Okay. That's a little bit ago. That it should function without mishap may be described as a miracle. Still, spells me. Resuming guidance to a therochemical research facility. Please follow me. This sector, the Beta Quadrant, is home to laboratories which produce chemical life forms for both military and household applications. Our facility has been awarded 3-star certification for compliance with ISO 3001. The good behavior of the creatures born here is guaranteed. Please be warned, however, that millennia of neglect may have had an adverse effect on their disposition. For your own safety, please refrain from approaching the creatures. Okay. What happened to your 3-star rating? Oh shoot, where does it want me to go? Oh, very far away. Love the guidance note. It cute. I like. Am I going the wrong way? Not necessarily. It's gonna be a convoluted path no matter which way I choose. Lamia Cybrid? It's like a Gorgon, kinda. Empuce? Scorpion bird looking thing? Dude, I don't know. I don't even know what half these creatures are. They wildin' out here. Oh, it's more of a mantis. Those are its claws, not wings. Okay, I can get behind a mantis. This might be a dead end. Oh, this will get me there. Or maybe it won't. It's kind of a dead end. Rip. I might have to go up. Can I come say hi and bring a beverage? Of course. It's probably very easy to catch up to. You likely have flying. Oh, dude, chimeras are so cool. It's a lion, bird, scorpion, ram, snake dragon? Dude, it's so cool. I thought chimeras usually had snake tails, not scorpion tails. But I'm not mad about it. That's a really cool design. You do have flying, but you're bad at navigation. Rip. Oh, we'll see you when you get here. Biomass incubation complex. So that's where they're made. Right, or at least that's where the biomass is incubated before being turned into monsters. This whole area is massive. Unable to activate matter conduit. Energy shortage detected. Identifying cause. Cause identified. Unauthorized siphoning of energy by chimerical creatures. Locations: the recombination labs and the biomass incubation complex. Time is short. Let us split up and eliminate the culprits. Sir, pray dispatch the creatures at the recombination labs. The rest of us shall sweep the incubation complex. Take care, and return hither when you are done. But I feel like the other place is closer. Oh, it's so far. All the way back here. Traversing this area is a nightmare. Oh, this is a one-way trip. Oh, it's not a one-way trip. I can get back up this way. Good, good. Excellent. Uptime? Yeah, it's getting there, isn't it? What am I killing here? Oh, at the destinations. I am lying in wait. Just for planning purposes, of course, of course. Appreciate you checking up on me. The music here, kind of a rat jam. Ooh! Hello, glowing chimera. Good to see you, bud. How you doing? That's you. I assumed, yeah. I assumed because you were coming to hunt me down. I was like, well, the only person it could be. Please do not aggro to me. Mind your own business, Lamias hybrid. You stay way over there, okay? Ooh, I'm about to get clobbered. Oh, they aggroed. Yep. I see you trying to find me on the map. Getting a little lost, are we? You'll never catch me alive. You'll never take me. Oh wait, did you find me? You're like right on top of me on the map, and yet, and yet I can't see you. Hello, Golsev. Are you done raid yet? Did you become the Final Fantasy raid? I feel like I'm being hunted by an eagle. Can't see you, yet you're hunting from above. Too many twists and turns in this region. I am little ratty boy running through me tunnels. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You found me! Wait, what is that mount? Is that a little antelope? Gazelle? Alope? Looking ass. Hello. Ooh, an aura! I feel like aura are so uncommon. I used to be an aura. Ooh. What's this? Ooh, some chai? Ooh, and a pastry? A snacky? And a drink? Let's go. Oh, and there's the tea. This is my dessert, this is my drink, and this is my main course. Evelyn, thank you! Thank you for snackies. I'm ready to take on whatever lies ahead because I have snackies. Energy restored to the conduit. Please wait a moment while I activate it. Beep, beep. I can't get over how large this area is. It's wild. I like that staff. I like how it's just like a crystal. It's just like, it's like a, what I like, is that a multi-person mount? I would take the ride, but I'm worried that the quest will break because it's telling you to take the teleporter. No way the gazelle is multi-person, or antelope, I mean. Ah, he's so bright. He's flashbang. Oh, antelope is one rider. Oh, maybe they had a multi-person mount waiting in the wings. Well, there's the Garlean ship, I think. I think the Chocobo might be, not sure to be honest. I know there's a recruiter friend Chocobo that's multi-person, right? So the Garleans managed to land. Repairs on their vessel appear to be well underway. I doubt they will leave anytime soon, however. Nay, they will remain here long after they have stripped the isle of all its secrets. Whether they mean to linger, their presence here and now is an unwelcome complication. Indeed, let us avoid confrontations unless absolutely necessary. The marriage Choco is multi-person? What? So cute. You get a Chocobo for getting married? Guess I'll just have to fly and not be useful. Hey, you good, you good. It's good to have an entourage. Close encounters of the what kind? Vith? Of the Vith kind? Warning, intruders detected in the force of this quadrant. It is recommended that you avoid confrontation where possible. Be kindly reminded that, in accordance with the terms and conditions of use, you and your party assume all risks of damages or injury, including death, that you may sustain in the course of guidance. Please follow me to the next matter conduit. It leads to the Delta Quadrant, where this facility's greatest achievement is located. 7th. KXW, it keeps coming for you. It was 7th. It was 7th. But I saw Vith. Of the Vith kind. It was the Vith kind over thither. Hither and thither do the snake slither. Do 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 do. Dude, somehow the ship looks like really impressive. Imagine if they had VR for Final Fantasy XIV. Maybe not even like necessarily playing the game, but just like wandering around in the regions. Oh, it was the 6th kind. I don't know my Roman numerals very well, so I trust you guys to tell me the correct ones. Bemoaning the hither and thither and zither. I hate you. Wait, something is afoot. What happened? I'm giving you content ideas, man. True. I stand like them. They look uncomfy.
Our objective lies at the heart of the isle.
I'm kind of close to the end of Heavensward. Am I going tonight? Oh shit. I was hoping to get to like the next like area. Like finish this little jumping through teleporters and then I'd probably end.
The third will remain to guard the ship, while the second patrols the perimeter and eliminates any threats. The first will come with me to secure the research facility. Let no man doubt the import of our mission. The Allagans found a means to capture icons alive, and their knowledge lies hid upon this isle. If we can but acquire it, we would be able to prevent the beings from returning to plague us, thus ending the cycle of rebirth.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they want to.
I need not remind you that success will raise our legion high.
I'm gonna say something controversial. It doesn't seem like, I thought initially that the Garleans wanted to come here to like get a share of the power, like to steal the Icon's power, but they already did that. I think they just want to like shove them in a box and be like, they are now contained. The Icons are no longer a concern from this guy's dialogue.
By the same token, his radiance does not tolerate failure. That is all. All troops,
I'm gonna say
prepare for deployment.
The Garleans did nothing wrong other than mass genocide. No, of course they're not good. Of course they're not good, but they do want to stop summoning, but they also want to conquer. They only want to stop summoning because it's getting in the way of their conquering. They just want to hang out and be friends, maybe? I think they're just misunderstood. I think they're just really assertive and they come off aggressive by accident.
So that is their purpose.
To think that the knowledge used to bind no less a being than Bahamut sleeps here.
Imprisoning a primal in such a manner would represent an effective means to halt the cycle of summoning.
This is what I'm saying.
Were it not for the grave and obvious risks.
Yeah. Because, I mean, maybe initially they put them in a cage and be like, there, they're contained. And then they go, maybe we could harness their power. And then it goes bad. There's
Indeed.
the risks.
We need but refer to past experience, that of Bahamut's calamitous return, to see why this is not the solution we seek.
When people are mean to you, it just means they like you. Exactly.
Held in duress, a primal will continue to nurse its hatred for mankind. And when it inevitably breaks free, its rage will be beyond quelling.
That's why Bahamut nuked everything, right? Bahamut was like, I'm tired of being in a box! Ah! And then he exploded everything.
Whatever mean to commit, they can wait. We must remain focused on our task.
Yes, of course. It would not be polite to keep the Archbishop waiting.
Nod. Why Bahamut nuked everything gets explained later. Oh, so that's only one piece of the puzzle. Of the Bahamut puzzle. Also, where do you guys put the emphasis? Bahamut or Bahamut? On the first ba or on the ha? And you're a psycho if you put it on the mut. Bahamut, psychopath. So the son of the bodega owner around the corner was missing a cat. Figured out it was Fancy Lad. Brought home to his people and his brother. Studs, I cry. I cry. That didn't take you very long to find it all. Aww. Fancy Lad found his way back home. You put it on the ha, so Bahamut is the emphasis. Fancy Lad is a cat. Yes. But I say everything wrong usually. Me too. Don't worry. I butcher everything. took like 4 or 5 days. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. But a drop in the pond of cosmic knowledge. No, I'm just kidding. I'm shocked he made it around the corner and across the street with his life. Dude, cats being anywhere near roads gives me mad anxiety. One time when I was really young, I know it's not a cat, I'm about to tell a story about my dog. One time when I was really young, my dog, back when we were allowed to have one, got out, and that dog, holy shit, did it ever like traumatize me as a little kid. That dog bolted out. We lived near a busy street. He bolted out, left the complex that we lived in, and outside of the complex there was two lanes of so 4 lanes in total of traffic. 2 lanes coming this way, 2 lanes going that way. Somehow he bolted across all 4 lanes in the middle of busy traffic, didn't die, and my middle brother also bolted out into traffic, didn't die, and caught the dog on the other side of the road. And I don't know how. Both of them because my brother just ran after him without thinking, even though there was cars everywhere, and just fucking bolted after him. And it was traumatic. Well, not traumatic, but it was like crazy. I can't believe how neither of them got hit. How not dead? Literally magic, because I don't know how. I was like about to run, but then a car almost hit me and I was like, well, I'm not running. I was like, he's already going halfway across the street. He'll get him. That you have survived to this point is in defiance of possibility, but it appears the danger is not yet past. Warning, intruders approaching. Please eliminate them if you wish to proceed. Guys, I was just saying that you guys were nice and kind. Now look at you, getting death flared. Death Flare's such an anime spell. I love it. I love it. You have a fun How Not Dead story? You may have told it, but you can start it. We'll see. Oh, a duty calls. Terra's the most sensible son. That's scary, right? That is scary to think about. Uh-oh. Lived in a 1-bed, 1-bath apartment with 4 people once. Me, your one steady partner at the time, our exhibitionist roommate, and her partner.
That would explain my men's
exhibitionist roommate. That's so many humans for a 1-bed, 1-bath. Do you live in like New York or something? Holy shit.
We meet again. And this time, we will not be interrupted.
No, regular Van Hydrus. I thought we were gonna be friends. Oh? Oh.
Show me your power, champions of Eorzea.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Help. Living in a pretty dense city at the time. Come, Icon Slayer. Impress me. I bet. You're about to get death.
I shall make it quick.
Surely you can do better than that. What? I did so much damage. I was in Bahamut trance. How are you not impressed? Hey, he's using Gaius attacks. Gaius von Balzar. Oh, I gotta get out of the fire. Yep. I wish he would turn his attention to the other people again, so I can continue reading chat. There we go. I was living in a pretty dense city at the time.
So it
wasn't getting
comes
paid
to
full-time
this.
programmer rates. One day my partner was broiling asparagus in our oven. He asked me to get them out. I herp-a-derp into the kitchen in my underwear to do this. Okay. You were the exhibitionist roommate, as it turns out. Go on, go on. I have a bad feeling about this stunts. Sorry, were you finishing tonight? No. I was finishing this, like, segment, but I'll probably finish it on Thursday. Bright and early at 4 p.m. Oh. Geometry is about to happen in front of me. I'm out of the way of it. Okay. Do you want to help with last trial and stuff? Okay. Every single time I cast Death Flare, I feel so powerful. Dramatic music, but Rajan nonetheless. Hey, let's go. Give me 1 second, Sons. I want to finish reading your story.
I had heard the tales of your strength, warrior of light, and now that I have experienced it firsthand, that Baelsar's defeat seems less inexplicable.
Yeah, I'm strong as fuck, dude. You got the pot grippers. You open the oven. You pull out the Pyrex casserole dish. Look for a place to put it down. Decide against putting it on a certain Corian countertop. That seems unwise. So you go to put it down on your bamboo cutting board. And not exactly. Exhibitionist roommate was like actual exhibitionist. You're just comfortable being naked around your roommates. Gotcha. So what happened next? Also, we had no AC, so I tortured myself. Fair enough. What happened next? You put it down on bamboo cutting board? Did the bamboo cutting board light up in flames and you almost died? Did you burn the whole house down? I completely forgot about this guy even being in the story. Izagi, how can you do Regula von Hydrus that dirty? Come on. He's a serious Garlean, okay? And he has a really cool helmet.
You are a formidable foe, and I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together. Alas, all good things must come to an end. Allagan's secrets await, and there is no profit to be had in remaining here.
Ah, he likes profit. So anyway, I go to put the casserole dish on the bamboo cutting board. It explodes! After I put down the shattered ends of the cutting board, I take stock of what happened. Oh my god. Almost violently impaled by bamboo. Damn, that's terrifying, actually. Quickly, to the teleporter. I mean, wait, not quickly to the teleporter? Oh my god, the bamboo cutting board now sparkles. It had splinters of glass salted into every square inch. That is so terrifying.
Keep them occupied.
Okay, bye, Regula. There's grape-sized chunks of hot glass welding themselves to plastic objects around the kitchen. Wait, the casserole dish exploded? I thought the bamboo cutting board exploded. Bag of potatoes on the counter, also sparkly.
Coward.
It would seem we have no choice.
You must continue on. We will hold them here.
Take the eye. It should still hold enough energy to be of use to you.
What am I going to use the eye for?
I shall join you as soon as I am able.
Hot glass in the pantry 6 feet behind you, burning holes in your spare rolls of toilet paper. You are untouched.
Enough talk. Make haste and stop the
That's
Archbishop.
incredible. You left reality for an 18th of a second and avoided the glass explosion. That's wild. I wonder if maybe there's a physics explanation. Your mutation kicked in and you phased. I wonder if there's a physics explanation as to why maybe you were unaffected. Maybe the small bits of glass just bounced off your skin because they were too hot or something. I wonder. Or you did phase out of existence for an 18th of a second. Or they went into you and got absorbed. I mean, yeah, if they were small enough, you might not have even noticed. Ooh, that's a scary thought. Main character plot armor for sure. I should look like Edward fucking Cullen after that. That's funny. Terrifying, but funny. Do 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 do. Hello, guidance node. Welcome to Delta Quadrant, where methods are developed for mastering dragons. To this day, the sector is home to live specimens brought over from the southern continent of Mericidia. Truly a testament to the greatness of the Allegan Empire. We're getting pasta. Terrifying goddess, oh my god. The cleanup equally nightmarish, yeah. This is the skin of a killer terror studs. I hate it. I regret to inform you that the matter conduit leading to the flagship is no longer functioning. According to my records, it was destroyed by a dragon, which broke free of its restraints when they failed approximately 2,369 years, 1 month, 24 days, 7 hours, and 14 minutes ago. Please find an alternate route to the Aetherochemical Research Facility. The Allegan Research Council apologizes for any inconvenience caused. You fuck. Midgarsimer, long time no see, bud. So, thy journey hath led thee to this accursed place. Canst thou hear it, mortal? The ceaseless keening of my kindred, steeped in 5,000 years of suffering. Long before the Ishgardians and their base betrayal, there lived still more wicked men whose ambitions knew no bounds. Fearful of our might and covetous of our power, they devised a means to enslave dragonkind. Their vile misdeeds did set in motion a train of events whose repercussions are felt to this day. Beyond, thou wilt find one of my first brood. Hark thou unto her words. Partake thou of her pain. Think thou upon the suffering that the conflict betwixt our kinds hath begot. Well, it's nice to know Midgarsimer is still like vibing, still hanging out with us. We haven't seen him in like quite a few hours. Seek out Midgarsimer's child. I am coming, child of Midgarsimer. Midgarsimer just vibing, absolutely. He wide vibe in our brain. I have a problem. I have a problem. This map is confusing to me. Hey. Yeah, I'm flying around and still I 0 out of 100 cannot navigate anywhere. This place is disastrous. It's okay, I think I found my way. I think we got there. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know what this is, but it's pretty. The tapestry. It's pretty. Is that Mikarsumer's child? Looking like not having a great time, honestly. Looking like maybe filled with 5,000 years of resentment. Hello. Hello? Oh. Ah, I see. A great worm is being held in some manner of restraint. Who cometh to this forsaken place and disturbeth my solitude? Me. Hello. Hello, it me. Tiamat, my child. Father, can it truly be you? None other. My form is much that I may journey with Heidelin's chosen. A mortal who desireth to end the war between man and dragon. Millennia have passed since I was brought low by the men of Aleg. To think that war rages still between our kinds. Hearken to my tale, child of men. I am Tiamat, of Midgarsimer's first brood. In a time before time, my father did come to this star, bearing 7 eggs.
From these eggs did my children hatch. And once they were full grown, they took wing and spread across all the lands of Heidelin.
I forgot he could like speak regular English. It took me, it shocked me. Together with my brood brother Bahamut, I journeyed south to Mericidia, and together we brought forth innumerable children into the world. We abided in peace, and all was well, until the men of Aleg came. Some 5,000 years since, they slaughtered my children in droves, and took from me my beloved Bahamut. 'Twas then, when I had fallen into the depths of despair, the black-robed men came unto me, the Asians. Gasp! Yeah, I feel the same. They offered to resurrect Bahamut through their dark arts, and I, in my grief, accepted, a decision which I shall regret unto my dying breath. Let's rewind a second. You did what to your brother? Studs. For what they brought back was a mockery of my beloved. Worse, the Asians gifted his murderers the means to entrap him. Know this, child of man. The beings thy kind call gods are but specters of thy minds. Yeah, we know this. Hraesvelgar told us. Hraesvelgar told us this. Specters of thy mind's creation, given form at great cost to Heidelin. Wait, what? Many such beings yet slumber across the land, brought to heel by the self-same empire that bound me. They must not be released into the world. Wait, is it Heidelin's fault that the primals are being summoned? I'm confused. The dragons don't have like family the same as mortals do, but yes, it's a little bit incest. Tiamat and Bahamut, a little bit incest. If thou wouldst end the conflict, vanquish thee the Asians, and deliver the weak of will from bonds of their dark influence. Yes. Such as the Pope. Not exactly. Oh, the primals drain ether, which is Heidelin's main self. Ether. From what I understand, Heidelin is essentially like ether given form. But that could be incorrect, I don't know. It hath been 5,000 years, my child. Wilt thou not forgive thyself? The release of death is denied me here, yet I desire not freedom. Nay, father, I shall live with my regret until the world itself hath ceased to be. Holy shit, imagine feeling so guilty. You're like, Yeah, I'ma just stay in jail until literally the world ends. Such is my just punishment for consorting with darkness, for calling forth a loathsome and lamentable creature which blackeneth my beloved's memory. Oh, that's hardcore. Tiamat, please. I think they mean Hydaelyn, the planet. They use that for the world and the big crystal. No, they don't. Stop. Fourth crystal get? I mean, sixth crystal get? I can math. I can math. Hydaelyn, hearken unto me. Give me thine blessing, so I may hear your will once again. Speaking of crystal, yeah. Pretty. Mac, yes.
Warrior of light, beloved son.
Hydaelyn!
The light abideth within thy heart again. Full valiantly didst thou overcome thy many trials, but glory not in thy success.
Oh.
For the servants of darkness are ever close at hand.
She sounds better than before. Did she get a new voice actress?
Receive of me my blessing once more.
Gladly.
And go forth to shine thy light on all creation.
Oh, because you said she sounded weird earlier. You're right. I did say that. She sounds normal. I guess it's just because her voice was so, like, disjointed.
Thou hast broken down the wall I built around thee, and partaken of thy mistress's blessing once more.
I'd say we adequately completed your trial, Midgarsimer.
Strong art thou, mortal. Stronger than any other of thy kind.
Lore as of Heavensward is that Hydaelyn is the planet. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Having looked upon thy deeds,
like how we would call Earth.
Thou art worthy to bear her light.
Or in some lores, like Terra, right? Earth would be Terra and is also like a goddess. Or Gaia, I guess would be a better example. VA switched from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward, yeah. Yeah, except Earth can talk and be like, hey, there's a lot of pollution going on. There's microplastics everywhere. Can you fight the Ascians, aka the big corporations, for me? That would be Earth. So we are worthy.
The Covenant bound me to thee, but 'twould seem our fates were mingled from the first.
Earth, could you please get your fucking shit together?
Thy battles, I will yet lend thee my wings.
What? Come again? Ascians. Come again? You're gonna lend me your wings? I see a saddle. I see a saddle.
Mortal, we go to
I see a saddle.
The darkness.
Yo? Hello? You have 500,000 Zimbits. Looks so aesthetically pleasing. Let's go. Too bad you're gonna have 501,000 soon, and it's gonna be ruined. We are away! Bye, Tiamat. Enjoy your eternal suffering, I guess. Like, hello? We could literally use the Dragon Star. Okay, hold up. You can now ride Midgarsimer. Yo! I just have one quick complaint. Tiamat's like, I'm gonna stay in jail forever because I did a bad thing. But also, Tiamat's like a crazy powerful dragon. Why not help us exact revenge on the Ascians? She's like, I did a bad thing. I consorted with the Ascians. You go kill them. What? We can put you back in jail once they're dead if you really want. Why not help? Azizla Aether Current attunement complete. Ayo. 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 Aw, generic mount music. Really, Midgarsimer? Really, big magic dragon? You get generic music? I can fly! I can fly! So powerful. Uptime, sir. Oh shit. Okay, 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 okay. I hear you. I see you. I'm acknowledging you, Mac. You have been acknowledged. I can't log out right here, though. I can fly back. Okay, we're gonna go to the Foundation. By the way, Azizla Aether Currents are all from MSQ. God, I wish all of the regions were like that. I have to go back and do like side quests and shit. We'll put you right there. Now that we can fly on Midgarsimer. Life is complete. He's lying to me. Mac, do you not see what I'm going to do right now? Gonna go play the best animation. They removed a lot of Aether Currents too, so it's easier. A while back used to be more monk-ass. We're gonna go play the best animation, and then we're gonna save the rest of Heavensward for Thursday. I would imagine we could finish all of Heavensward and maybe start Stormblood on Thursday. That's kind of really exciting. Let's go. All right, best animation in the game. They cut like half of them from older expansions. It's so cute. I'm schmoovin', dude. I can't wait to get to the moon. I can't wait to go to the moon in Endwalker. Moon's haunted. What's that? Get out. Moon's haunted. Oh. Maybe on getting to Stormblood, there's quest content between Heavensward and Stormblood. Like post ARR, right? There's going to be some post Heavensward stuff. We'll probably like just barely reach it. Oh, I don't recall how long post Heavensward is. Well, maybe we won't be done it, but either way, I think we're definitely finishing at least like the main Heavensward story by the end of tomorrow. Where should we go? Dude, I kind of want to go to Jack's. I kind of want to send you guys to Jack's. Boop. Yeah, patch story. Yeah. So we got a little bit to get through. Boop. I'm sending you guys to Flannel Jacks. They're currently playing Tiny Tina's Wonderland. They are very good vibes. We have to get my raids in bits. There's our raid messages. The first is if you're sub, second is if you're not a sub. We'll be back to Final Fantasy on Thursday. And yeah, more than likely finishing Heavensward, so that's very exciting. Excited to see what twists and turns comes in the story. And I'll see you guys Thursday. No stream tomorrow, see Thursday's dead. Hop in the Discord if you feel like it, and we'll see you guys then. Drink water, eat food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do, and we'll see you then. Bye. Bye. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.